All right, good evening and welcome. So here we are, we're back. It's a day off, or it's not. I was not supposed to be streaming today, but I am. Right. Welcome. Just the fact that I got a phone call just before I started just threw me a little bit off my game. But anyway, I had planned on what I wanted to talk about before. Now I don't know. Anyway, what I wanted to talk a little bit about is, and since there are a lot of people, is the disconnect I feel, the greater and greater disconnect I feel between my online presence and my offline presence. And there's some of you who are closer to the community and are around a lot, probably know what I'm talking about. It's just that I got a lot of things going on also in my private life, and it's not something that really fits to share here. I love sharing what's going on in my life because, well, there seems to be a little bit of interest to it, but also because it's kind of a way of giving a part of myself, and just so that you get to know me, who I am, aside from just a guy who makes city blocks and factory games and that kind of stuff. But it has become a little bit harder as of late because the stuff that I spend my time on is not something that really is befitting of a Twitch stream. Oh, you're so sweet, Gareth, and thank you very much, and welcome back. Thank you for your pledge. And yeah, I don't really know what to do about it and how to deal with it, because I have been, one of the things that I've been enjoying the most about my career here as a content creator is the fact that it's the same person. I'm just gonna log in. There's a lot of too much loudness here. Let's see if it loads correctly, and then I'm just gonna pause it as we get in. There, it's paused. Good. Oh, maybe I shouldn't be right next to a radar tower because they go bleep. All right, so so this is one of the things that I've been a little bit struggling with, is the fact that, for example, now, so why am I here when I said I wasn't going to be here? Well, that's because I went to this workshop this weekend, and it was like 2 courses, level 1 and level 2. I attended level 1, but I didn't attend level 2 because at level 1 I thought I learned a lot, but I don't want to do any more of this. And that's kind of all I can say about it, because yeah, and it kind of bothers me a little bit, and I don't know what to do about it. So if you have some ideas or thoughts, or please just stick to the gaming part, or maybe do something else, or I don't know, then it's just weird. I feel that I've always been sort of able to talk to you about everything under sort of the right context, and I don't feel the same way anymore. It's not you, it's me. Yeah. We could talk about other stuff. Yes, I mean, reintroduce the Friday topics. Yes, but it's also just weird because, for example, this Friday, for example, is one of the few days I am actually able to stream this week, and because of that, it's because it is one of the few days I can stream, then it's going to be and I won't be able to stream all of next week. Then it'll be another space exploration, and it is not befitting for the for a Factorio stream. Is he breaking up with us? No, I'm not breaking up with you. Don't worry. I'm definitely not breaking up with you. It's just that I've always been sort of sharing what goes on in my life with you here, and that has become more and more difficult. And you're here, just be yourself. That always worked. Thank you. I'm not sure that will work. Are you uncomfortable with the content of the course itself, or just a dissonance with your streaming career? It's neither. I'm not. I would love to talk about it, and it's one of my favorite things to talk about. Like, just in short, it's about tantric life. It's about sexual exploration. It's all that stuff. It just doesn't fit into a casual conversation when building factories. It's just too weird. But I don't have a problem sharing it. It's just that people come here for the factories, and maybe a subset will also want to hear about. Oh, that sounds interesting. This tantric thing and this course and these experiences that, but it doesn't mesh very well. Making a factory and talking about exploits from corporate life is much bigger overlap. And even the people who are not part of the corporate life, they might become part of the corporate life, and then they can sort of hear the warning stories up front. But this is a topic that to some people will be offensive, and to some people will be disinteresting, and to a lot of people will be completely disjointed from building factories, and therefore it doesn't really fit. Tantric factories, yes. So one thing though, at this course I was at, then I can't even say that. Shit. No. Yeah, tantric factory. We'll make tantric factories. It's sometimes you can talk about it. It might be outside of Twitch and no OnlyFans. Yeah, I don't know. Some of your life private, but sharing with others helps bring you closer. Finding balances of your. That's yes. Of course, there are some things that I choose to be private, but it's not very much that the stuff that I choose to keep private is not for my own sake, it's for other people's sake. Something that is identifiable about other people, I would never share that on stream. And if you think something is identifiable, it's not, because I might have mixed two people or I changed the like situations or something, so that it's not it's the same story, but it's not like, oh, there's only 3 people like that in Denmark. I don't know. Or hey, the same people. Is that I appreciate a lot of the chatty nature of your streams without becoming one of those just chat channels. And I think there are plenty of topics we could touch without necessarily touching those topics. Yes, I know, Sir Conrad, and I'd love to do that. And I'm also going to need some, or I would like to have some help on broaching those topics. And I really like those topics as well. It's just that the stuff that I spend most of my time on outside of gaming is stuff that I can't sort of bring in. And that causes a disconnect between my other activities and my online activities, because it just becomes, it can either become too explicit, or it can be coming off as bragging, or it can come off in and just super inappropriate. And I really like the sex ed talk we had, and they were fun, but they were a little niche. So anyway, I don't know. Into a deep talk Friday, of course not scheduled currently. Yeah, you're right. I just don't think there's a market for it, let's say. And people would be coming in and go like, where's the Factorio? Where's the Factorio? And then you sort of end up spending so much time. Doesn't play Factorio and talked about absolutely anything. Everything doesn't have to be gameplay or topic related. Destiny is a special case, right? Destiny is a drama streamer that just happens to have Factorio running in the background. And if you're a drama streamer, you can have anything running in the background. Factorio is an excellent game for just casual conversation, because the factory will just do stuff, and you can run around and you can fix a little thing here while the factory there's moving things and something is going on. Hey, Tomcast, thank you for the 8 months of subscription. So that is absolutely perfect. It's a really good idea. It's a great game. This is also what I've really enjoyed about Factorio and Satisfactory, for that matter, that you can have it and you can just casually go away from the game and just talk about whatever and come back 20 minutes later, and you have not died and you have not lost this round of, I don't know whether that's League of Legends or it's Apex or it's whatever, CSGO. Then you don't lose anything except like, well, the factory is just chugging along. Here are development talking streams with casual games in the background. Yeah. Absolutely. I just realized what I wrote as you read it. How cringe. What? Don't worry about it. I didn't think it was cringe, but now I look at it again. Say to be you no matter what. Perhaps it's time to break up the audience that you think wouldn't be okay with just an online version. No, no, it's I I I don't think that's a good idea. It's because there is too big of a disconnect. So um, yeah, so I don't know. It's something that it's just something that's been on my mind, and I don't expect that we can solve it. It's just interesting having these kind of conversations when we start up. You are drawing arbitrary restrictions by yourself that doesn't need to be there. It's your stream. You can do whatever you want to do with it. I can absolutely do whatever I want with it, but there are two major constraints to what I can get away with, and one is it's kind of my job. So I also have to be a little bit of a slave to what is actually interesting. And the second thing is that this is an American platform, and American platforms are extremely Puritan when it comes to anything that is not just really above board. And I say that on Twitch, and then there are just these bikini streamers, but apparently there are two sets of standards. There's a different standard for the people who have many viewers, and then there's another standard. So it can easily be things that we talk about, and some people will report the stream because they find it offensive or inappropriate because it talk about, I don't know, sex or something, and then you get banned for no reason because you said a word or something that sounds like, let's start, uh, and that's inappropriate to some, and then suddenly you have no livelihood because you have no platform. So that's there's a it's not just like you can do whatever you want, and but it is one of the things that I'm also l- thinking about. Hey, I could just do whatever I want, and then basically say, too bad. If you don't like it, then you can you can go somewhere else. And I don't like it that either because right now that's my topic of interest, and in a year's time maybe it's something else, and then I'll scare people off for no reason. So um, one could chop other line. Absolutely no go. Yeah, no chili. Ow. So let me give an example of of something I did at the workshop. Now I just kind of hinted at it myself. Um, I'll tell you an exercise we did, and then maybe your jaw will drop, and maybe you'll do. It's not a sexual exercise, but it's a sexual content to tendency to it. We'll try, and then you can react to what. So I didn't. One of the things that I have been very interested in is Kundalini awakening. What? I'll just spell it so you can. There, Kundalini. That is Indian Hindu concept of like it's a snake that coils around your spine, and basically, if you awaken the snake, then you get these twitches, involuntary twitches from sexual arousal. It's pretty fucking awesome. But it's something you either can or you can't do. So you want to, if you're interested, you want to awaken the Kundalini energy. So you um, it's some kind of pasta. It's some kind of pasta. So you want to awaken it, and people go on spirit quests and travel to Nepal and live in silence and do all sorts of things to awaken this Kundalini energy, or meditate, or do yoga, or anything. Um, but the workshop I went to, they have a very forceful way of doing it, and I'll just tell you that. So basically, what you were in a group of five, and then one person was the, let's call it, subject, and then the other people were the helpers. So the subject was lying on their back, and the helpers were take pressure points, the jaws, the right here with the shoulders attached, then between the thigh muscles on top and the thigh muscles on the inside, so between those muscles and under the feet. And then you lie on your back, and then the other four people press you at those points as hard as they can for, I don't know, it felt like 10 minutes. It was really, really long time. And you're just in excruciating pain from four different parts of your body, and you can't embrace it. You're not allowed to go into yourself, like sort of into subspace. You have to be aware and present, and just in embrace the pain. And then after that, you can turn to the side, and then there's some other pressure points at the back and the thigh, and that, and then 10 minutes more of screaming in pain. And then after that, you one of the tutors on the course, teachers on the course, assistants on the course, sort of try to awaken your Kundalini energy. And it it's pretty extreme way, and it's just excruciating pain, and I have like big bruises all over my body from it from Friday, and it was really good because after that I could then experience this Kundalini energy, and supposedly once it's awakened, it never goes away. So that's something like it's really weird, extreme that you want to do these kind of things voluntarily in order to sort of try to waken a snake. What? It's super like it's a pretty extreme exercise in order to achieve something that is deeply spiritual. In order to do something permanently to your body, that means you have like involuntary convulsions of joy, and like it's so weird, but it's something that I see people who have this Kundalini energy awaken, and it's just they have just another layer of pleasure in their life. And completely unscientific and dangerous. Yes, you're right. It sounds completely unscientific and dangerous. You're absolutely right. I don't know if it is unscientific and dangerous, um, but today I had a session with a woman, a friend of mine, who was in a bad mood. And what I did, I am an extremely scientific person. I'm an engineer by background. But what I did was I lay on hands with her, and I gave her like amazing full body orgasm by just holding her. It was so weird, and I was like, I could not understand it, but it fucking worked. Um, and and that's because they have this connection and this anticipation, this excitement, and then I have a good touch, and it's one of those kind of things where like the whole thing melts together, and it was just therapeutic. She was in a bad mood, and I was like, yeah, I'll come cuddle you, and then we just found out that holding her chakras was just what she needed, and she got a lot better, like laughing and convulsing and happy, and afterwards she was just in a super great mood, and I was like, damn, these gamer hands, right? But I know what I'm doing, so it's not like it's a it's kind of what I've been practicing a lot for the last year. And there's nothing magical about it, but it's about like setting the space, holding the space for her, being present, being slow, um, just having that good connection, and then just giving that patience and love and just releasing that tension. So it was yeah, that's kind of some of the stuff that I'm working on. I'm just gonna be like and this was completely non-sexual, but it's something that was just yeah, Playboy in the morning, gamer in the night. I know. It was amazing, and it's something I really want to explore some more. And she is certain that I'm a healer, and I'm like, no, I have presence, and I can hold space, and I can take the time and be slow and give love, and it. But it's not a magical ability. There's nothing magical about it, but it's about sort of because she was tense and looking really forward to it. So she had already built up the anticipation. So me coming over and just really releasing that energy, it was really good, and it's something I very much enjoy, and something I work on, and something that's certainly a very different world to what we do around here. And that's the kind of thing that I would also like to share these kind of things. So now I gave you a little taste of the sort of the I won't say the softer side of things, but the definitely the non-sexy side of things. Um, and I'm sure that a lot of you are like, is this some kind of magical thing? Like, damn, I thought this guy was super rational and I am, and I'm not saying there's anything spiritual about it. I'm just saying that this it works if you have a good presence and you can Factorio risk. Yep. Um, so it's really sounds like energy work. I'm curious, is this based on love and light? I love and light. I don't know what that means. It sounds like it's a concept, but it's energy work. It's definitely energy work. Um, it is. It's very much energy work, but it's not like um, I don't do the stuff like aura healing, like when you touch the energy body. I am stripping all of the spiritual things away and just focusing on the touch, the right places, the right times, the right pressure amount, being really good at sensing what works and what doesn't work, and just a lot of it. If I was going to give one tip for everyone, it's if you think you're going slow, you're still twice as fast as you need to be. And that goes for anything touch related. Nearest blueprints for Tantra, probably good. You just have to slow down. I think if you look at the way I play Factorio compared to how a speedrunner plays Factorio, well, that's also how you should you think about your sexual experience. Don't speedrun. Play it slow. Make sure that everything is exactly as it should be, and there's time for detail, and there's time for going into it. And if things are not right, you fix it before you move on to the next phase. So see, there is a connection between the Factorio world and the factory world, and and your love life. So it's it is a methodical thoroughness and taking time for making sure that things are done right. So paying attention to someone and accepting feedback is hard. Apparently, it is. I do similar stuff with massage, but it is massage after all, not spiritual. Yeah, I do that with the tantric massage. I do a lot of tantric massages now. Like every week, I give or get at least one. And next week, I am going on a weekly course, so it's going to be like many massages every day. So I'm going to do a lot of. I do a lot of tantric massages, and they are, for lack of a better word, magical. And I'd love to talk about that sometime, but it's not gonna be now. But I'd love to talk about it sometime. The wonders of the tantric world. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll schedule something like that, and then see if how that works. So, very good example. If you see that, because it's kind of fast and playing Victoria compared to casual players. Well, once mind plays a big role, that's why some people also think healing stones work. Absolutely, and they do work if you let it. And this is where you have that presence, you have a reputation, you have a history, you have a presence that instills confidence and safety and love and holding space. Holding space is such a strong word that if you can, and that's very masculine thing, you hold the space so that you are the container, so that the female energy can feel safe in exploring because you are holding the space and being the container to contain all that chaotic energy. So like Raki or others, yes, it is actually, she was just attending some Raki healing, and she was like, she wasn't very good, and then after the session with me, she was like, oh, this is so much better. So yeah, it's kind of, Raki healing is also, is not something I do, but it's in the same domain of body work. So how to join the sect? Well, I didn't join the sect. I ended halfway, so I only completed level 1, didn't complete level 2. So of the sect, and I don't expect that I will. It was something else. It was not my cup of tea. So anyway, that's now the reason why I'm. You're gonna have to talk quiet on my wife hears this, and my bedroom experience are gonna be a lot higher expectations. Well, that's good. Good. You are. Here's the thing, Vorador, and I'm gonna give you that one for free, like everything else. Mr. Normally, thank you for the 18 months. You have to have a mindset of, how can I serve? Think of it as worshiping a goddess. That should be your mentality. If you have that attitude, you're not gonna do anything wrong. There you go. So that's how do you worship a goddess? Well, think of all the good ways that you would worship a goddess. Definitely not point out mistakes or flaws or anything like that. So yes, how can I serve the factory? Indeed, that is how we have to look at it. Like, this factory is not here to serve me. It's me. I am there to serve the factory as it grows and becomes more wonderful and unfolds into the magnificence that it deserves. So that is exactly the same, and that's going to be what we do. But anyway, what I wanted to say with this is that it also is a call out to you that if something like this is a topic that you want to explore, talk a bit about, or like the role of how can you as a rational scientific person get into a space that is so spiritual, because that's what I've been doing for the last year or something, and still sort of retain your core beliefs in the scientific method and scientific approach, and then still sort of learn and embrace and include that. It's really difficult because sometimes they will be presented as confrontational by both parties, and it doesn't have to be. You can do a lot of things without believing in magic, and especially that part where the human mind is a wonderful machine for making making things that don't exist come true. So that means that this is something we are also a topic that now encouraged, and that is a welcome topic for bringing up, for questions, for comments, for insights, for your experience, or getting my take on that experience as well. So thank you for listening to my pre-game rant. Let's dive into the factory. There. There we go. So, bombs have been fixed. Only one trigger this time. Woohoo! When's the TED Talk coming? Need a little bit more leverage here. Hey, Pyrotheus, thank you for the 15 months. Why didn't you say scientific when his intro has been mysticism? Yeah, because it is not necessarily at odds. Of course, it always bothers me when people are, oh yeah, by the way, let's look at how this looks different from last time. I've taken the base, and what I've done is I have added superimposed city blocks because I can't help myself. Hello, cat. But what I've also done is I moved some of these things so they now fit inside the realm of city blocks. So I just moved them around. I've not done any teching except for concrete. But I felt that, setting up city blocks is something that just takes really long time and isn't really super engaging to do on stream. So I'll do it off camera and then we can come back. I've been thinking about how to do this, on how to build this system here. It's a 404. Thank you for another gift up to the community. What I'm thinking is that we will be doing not a boss base. We're going to be doing we're going to do a base that is based on the same train system as I have in the self-expanding base. And I think that's going to be the concept for this base here. So we do something a little bit different from the usual city block based structure. Then we can go, okay, so we now build it with trains. That's going to mean that it's going to be a lot bigger base, but it also means that as we figure out that we need something more, we can more easily add it to the existing base. So it'll be the signature 111 train. Yes, I think we'll do that because then I can recycle the same blueprints we already have. And I think that's going to be fun. That's how we want to set it up. Ooh, 25% chance. Look at that. Can't even roll the 25%. Oh, there was a bomb. Oh no. Oh no. Someone forgot to click that one. Oops. Because that one was a white one. This one actually triggered. Okay, I missed a few. F. Baggerson, thank you for the 43 months. And Executor, thank you for the 39 months. That 39 months with a 38-month streak. Oh, I bet you hate that. It's not this 39-month streak. Silver Seasonal there with the 200 bits. Thank you so much. And Vitru, thank you for the tier 3 for 56 months. That was a big chunk forward on the hype train. And Triplex, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Making sure that you are squarely in the lead for this. My city have about 250 blocks now. I think it might be done with it about 80 hours. Cool. That's good to know. A caution on with the plan for the space elevator. Well, yeah, we'll just figure out. I don't want to be running tiny trains up there. I have no idea. Space elevator. I have no idea. So we'll see. There's a space elevator now. That's also my comment. Demanos, thank you for the 32 months. And Spell with the 51 months. All right, get your resubs in here. While, oh, no. While we're here. So the question is, how do we get started on migrating things to a train-based setup? Because it's going to be really difficult to keep expanding this. And also now it sort of breaches different city blocks. But on the other hand, you kind of need to get it going to build trains, build rails, and all the things that we really need to do here. So stone, sticks. That one could be sticks. Returned. You're returned. Who was that? Actually, Big Spender, thank you for the 18 months on a 1-month streak. Okay, so that's a welcome back. As for SC, as far as I know, there's a lot of different items, but they are mostly in low quantity, so probably it's better to use 1-1 trains with wagons in front, of course. Of course. Let's see. Ototarian, concerning energy work and such, reading tip proves it's Lipton, the biology and belief somehow connects science with superstition in a rise sensitive. Okay. Yeah, I'm really not very much into reading right now, and especially not sort of those kind of things. They almost everything is always trying to sell their course, their worldview, that kind of thing, and so I have my guard up when it comes to that kind of stuff. Not saying that this is the case for this part, but that's how I feel. So 2 steps. Thank you for the gift up, and per penguin. Thank you for 2 months. Tier 3 for 2 months. Ooh, welcome back. What a way to come back with a tier 3 there. And Dead Monkeys, thank you for converting from a normal sub to a tier 1 sub. And Ototarian, thank you for 37 months. That's really nice of you. Thank you for all of your loyal support. It's absolutely fantastic. There. And unfortunately, nothing is gonna work unless we also get the stones in here, and I don't have a way to put stone in here aside from a bad way.
Illustrious champion returns. Welcome
There.
home.
So I'm gonna have to put stone in here, and then that's gonna be the driver. George, oh my god, I'm running in the middle of my base and no one is dropping on. George, thank you for the 34 months. Come up with an alternative name to Epic. What would you name them? Oh, I don't know. I think you can call them like good quality, superior, mastercrafted. You can call them whatever you want. 2 steps. Thank you for another gift. Ooh, the hype train was almost running out there. And what are we looking for? Are we looking for a stone? Yeah. Like this. It's actually good that we can get rid of some of this part here. How much you got left? 900? Okay. Maybe just turn this one around. Yeah. And then we just take the stone and put it into a box. Okay, so we have now reached a level 2 hype train. And remember, we'll just talk a little bit about what the hype trains actually do around here. And let's see, I want that one in here. There we go. So let's have a look at what the hype trains do around here. So if you, the winners of the hype trains, the hype train conductors, let's see who they currently are. It's Triplex, and it is, oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, that stupid cat jumped right up into the table. It's a stupid cat. Hello, stupid cat. You sure that's a good idea? Okay, never mind. Right, so 2 subs for winning a hype train. Anyway, there we go. So then, whatever level up to level 2 at this point, then you can pick either the good ones here, remove pollution, free research, faster character with level 3, faster logistics, those are permanent upgrades, new ore patch with level 5, or no handcrafting until next type chain, trees everywhere, delete science packs, decrease resources, stronger bombs. Those are the ones that you can choose for the negative, and you can choose In this case, it would be triplex, and it would be two steps, who would be the ones who can choose it. And I can't believe I'm standing here in the middle of my base, safely from explosions. Thank you, Exalted. Thank you for the 32 months. All right, so we're 2 minutes and 30 something. Yeah. Cool. So this one's working. Let's see what else we need. This one also requires sticks, so that's actually good to have that next to it. So that's good. Then we'll do that one, and that will be the stations. Cool. And what else do you need? You need here. Oh, this one. Anonymous gifted us up. All right. Well, that's
loyalty is greatly appreciated.
it's kind of not really great room for this. There we go. Tomsky, thank you for the 5 gift subs. All right. It felt really weird that no what is this one missing? I don't know. It's gonna be missing. Oh, right, it's missing that one. Cool. No boom. Nope, no boom. It's the if you want to drop some bombs, now is probably a good time. First of all, I'm standing in a dangerous place, and secondly, I am actually in a it is on a train, so trains make the boom more significant. Yeah, and then steal from up here. And there's only 1 minute left. Oh, no, you don't. No, 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 you don't. Oh, that's the cat I was talking to. 1 minute left. 14 subs to complete level 3. Now is time. Don't wait until it's too late. Wow. Urchulak with the 5 gift subs. Thank you. That's not enough to get the hype train leader or get us to a next level. Let's see. Oops, there we go. There's the rolls. Nothing. Nope. Last chance to get some rolls in. We're down to 9 subs. Okay. This will be the next one. Ooh, 2 steps, 5 more subs. All right, but it's now... Oh, and Index. Index, thank you for the 10 gift subs. And that actually completed it with seconds to spare.
More shall enter the fray.
That's just these 2. There it comes. Did it really not trigger? Wow, I was lucky. I was super lucky.
Back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated. Our illustrious champion returns.
Yeah.
Welcome home.
So then we got all the ingredients for making trains. Thank you, 2 steps, and thank you very much, Index out of range for 10 gift subs. So hype train timer, it could be really messed up. Yes, yeah, I completely agree. It very often stops with 20 seconds left, and I go, oops, you missed it.
Your steadfast loyalty is
that part.
greatly appreciated.
Now we need to figure out what do we need for a train. I don't think we can do that, but we can try and see if we can do that.
New subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
Why did it spawn so many?
Another loyal
It's weird.
devotee.
Ever GX, thank you for the prime. Welcome to the community. So that's multi-cylinder engine, which I don't know how to do.
Subscriber.
This one we can do.
Steel yourself. We are building an army.
Then maybe we can make the multi-cylinder engine up here. And then just go, yeah, that's going to be the multi-cylinder engine. I know it's maybe like a weird place to build it. Yeah. Loyal devotee, yes, we'll look at that afterwards. Yes, there was a patron mixed into the mix. Do we also need this? We also need that, but not really right now. So that would require a multi-cylinder thing. There. That's a single cylinder is not a problem. And steel and gears. Okay, cool. So that's actually not a problem at all. There. Ish. Okay. Over this part, it's going to be a little bit of a problem. This is really not the ideal place. Hey, Barotheus, thank you for gifting a tier 3 sub. That is 5 gift subs equivalent, and that could potentially trigger something. Right, so let's see. You are going to need gears and iron. Those come in from here. Iron comes in, and gears come in right there. Oh, and Abnormal, thank you for the 35 months.
Welcome home.
Thank you very much. Oh, it's already level halfway through the next level. That also means that now we're at level 3. That means you could be a faster character or delete all science packs. Yeah, delete science packs is kind of a trivial because we're still in a holding pattern, so you'd want to get something better. Master Mercy, let's try for a bomb. 2 out of bits. Nope, no roll. How do you plan the hub to be before bots? You'll need a lot of trains inbound. I don't know. Maybe I don't. That's not well thought out, to be honest. And this one is the multi-cylinder, comes from up here. And the gears and greens come here. And the steel come from there. Are ways away in SE. Are they? Okay. I thought they were somewhat similar, but let's have a look at it, and I'll figure out, because I really want robots. Obviously, everyone does. That needs that one, and then it needs gears, and then it needs. I'll just make a box of that as well, because you never know when you're gonna need that. Yeah. Cool. And let's make sure that these are a little bit constrained. There and there. All right, less than 60 seconds. We're 16 subs away from a level 4, so now's the time. If not, nanobots. No, I'm not going to be adding nanobots, I think. Oh, you need to go to space for robots. Oh, that sucks. 30 seconds. Last chance. Last chance. I'm just going to look at robots. Because that kind of ruins it. It might be... Oh, it might be like because it's requested chests. And the type train is running out. Construction bots. Looks fine. Thank you for the level 3 hype train. So that's triplex and index outer range. You get to choose. Yeah, so it's because I think it's because you're thinking like construction bots are here, logistics bots are here. They both give, but if you want to go up to this one, that is space science for the requested chests. So no requested chests, but that's okay. I think we can get this. The stuff that I want is not requested chests. It's actually construction bots to build our base. That's what I need, because building trains and stuff is a long way off. So if we just look at the robots, let's first look at thank you to the hype chain winners. You can't build robots until after rocket. I don't know. Are you're inventing a question mark? You get a couple of requested just before you go to space. How do you get those? And I don't know. We'll figure it out. All right. So triplex, and yay, faster character. You are a perfect person. And index. Do you have a request? Which one you want? I'm not seeing it yet, but if we get it, then thank you. Let's have a look up here on our bonus. Here, faster character, bonus inventory slots, walking speed because it's 2 times, and logistic. You get 5 inventory slots, faster walking speed, and something else. What was the last thing we got from this? Running speed, crafting speed. Oh, okay, crafting speed and inventory size. Handcrafting speed. That's weird. Doesn't say crafting speed anywhere. Doesn't matter. It's not the most important thing. And index. Faster character. Ooh, faster character for you as well. Oh, you are lovely. Thank you. Let's see if we got some more boni here. Yeah, 30%. And this went up to 34 inventory slots. Yummy. Don't know what else we got. One side, it'll point out a chest with request, doesn't it? Okay, cool. All right, this was a big step forward. I think that what we really want to do, I think we actually want to build the base really basic into the realm of getting the blue signs. So maybe we'll just build blue signs down here. We're gonna need plastic, and then we can build blue signs. Because we have some iron here that we can just drag into one of these locations for blue signs. I don't need to think about it as a bus, so we can also just make blue signs here, for example. And then later on transition from having these belts into transitioning into trains. If we look at blue signs, if there's any change to it, multi-cylinder engine, that is iron, copper, and iron, copper, steel, I guess. And then red circuits, that's plastic and sulfur. So I think that at this point we can leave this here. This is a little bit of a, and then we should have like one block for plastic and another block for red circuits. So we can probably build red circuits up here and then just hack our way with some belts once in a while. This one should be making some iron and steel smelting planes, and then those can sort of go into the blue signs, which will be making it. You know what? Let's actually use this add tag. We never use that. Oh no, that's a lot of science packs. Dude. And there. Let's plan it a little bit ahead here. Is plastic not? Oh, plastic is now moved over here. Plastic will then be down there.
Welcome home.
And then it'll be steel. Iron and steel here. Random X, thank you for the tier 2 for 56 months. Very much appreciated. Make big bases playable, and as he actually has a handicap on logistics spot built in. Yes. Ghost in the train tracks. Don't you need coal for plastic? Yes, but I also have a little bit of coal here. And then I have some more coal here, so that's not really a big deal. So I do have coal available, and I have the other part, the petroleum here. So I think that's good. I think that will be how we do it. And then once we have the blue signs, then we can take the blue signs pretty easily and drag it up here and feed it in to this base. And then that will be sort of, then we get to blue signs, we can robot rush, and everything will be better from there. So I don't think I'm going to build the trains yet. I don't think that makes sense for us to build it just yet. So we go down here. This is the one thing we built. That's like for this and for that one. Are you done? You're not done. Wish you were done. 700 and something. Still stuck because of... No, it's just stuck because it doesn't have a damn thing to do. So. Stop stockpiling rails. I'm already stockpiling rails. So. I should probably have remembered what I should bring down here. Let's see. Not too late. Okay, I got some... chemical plants, some of that. Yeah, I got a little bit of something. Then let's start using it. Yeah, we need robots to effectively build train tracks. You're absolutely right. Good. So what do we... Oh, I don't have any explosives. Huh. That's weird. Why do we not have that? That's kind of important, but that's not so far away. It's only here. Going in here towards a little bit of danger. There we go, 100 grenades. Should last a while. We maybe also should start worrying a little bit about biters, but I'm not very good at worrying a little bit about biters. I either worry not at all, or I worry it's 100% focus. Nothing in between. Good. So let's go down here and start building the plastic block. Stone for green circuits. Yeah, we'll find out. That's a small thing. Don't we have? No, that was not a. There's something here if we really need it. They will remind themselves. Yeah, they will remind us if they need attention. That is absolutely correct. If they want attention, they like kids. Ignore them, and then if they need attention, they'll start breaking stuff. Exactly like kids. Except how you deal with them. Let's not go there. All right, so this also means that I have to be mindful of a couple of things. And I think that's a good idea to have a blueprint for this. Self-expanding. City block with rails. That's exactly the one we want. No, self-expanding. Copy that one, and then put it in here. Is that going to cause a copy? I have no idea. So this is important because it illustrates where we can build and where we cannot build. And we might as well respect this when starting. Right? No rubber ports yet. So this is back to our tantric view. This is the tantric factory. You make sure that you lay the groundwork before you skip ahead. You can't skip the steps. So lay the foundation and then move forward. Only when you have reached a good enough foundation. Cool. Now I'm actually... Isn't it weird that I don't have... This cyclic expanded factory is not here. So that's actually only in my save game. That's crazy. Huh. Okay. I don't need to save here. I can just jump out. Oh, crap. Well, no, not really. I can load my save game. That one. It's going to be completely messed up because I loaded with all of that. But I'm only loading it to... Yeah, I don't care. Don't bother with that. Are you going for 1-1 trains? No, I'm going to go for 1-1-1 trains. So, wagon, locomotive, wagon. Because that's the only way to roll. For small trains. Alright, so this is going to be an absolute mess. But luckily, it doesn't break the save game. Yeah, it just doesn't load. So we can take locomotive middle, of course. Like any madman would. Yeah, that's a lot of things that are not working here. Yeah. And now that's the one. I don't even remember. How do I get it in here? I just drag it? Now what the hell happened? There. Self-expanding. So this one is the old. This is the complete. Good. And then we quit. And we're back. And now we have it up here. But it's not downloaded yet. I'm really feeling this, am I? Am I not? I think I am. Yeah, I like this. There's obviously a lot of things that don't work, and we're not going to build it like this. But the part I'm going to build it the way it should be built. So that means we're just going to get, like, this will be a coal line inbound. And then I might as well do this so that I don't have to redo it again later on. And then we figure out how much capacity this is taking. This is consuming 12, and then one more will consume 16. Yep. And then that gets us two belts outbound. Oh, they're not really going to work, are they? Because these are... Yeah, they're not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Huh? 7? 8. I should take the middle ones. Let's see, how many do we have here? There, it's 15. Because some of these are outputting on one side and some of them are outputting on the other side. This one here is outputting a little bit on both. So this is going to be the middle. So I'm going to go 1, 2. This is the outbound, this is the outbound, and this is the outbound. So those are 3 that outbound on the outside. And then 1, 2, 3 on the inside. That's going to be 6. And then I'll just make it for 8. Yes. One, 2, 3, 4, outputting on the far side, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, outputting on the near side. Good. That should be pretty even. And then we just go up, and that will be the 2 outbounds. Yeah, cool. Because 2 belts like this is also definitely going to be enough. Yeah. This outputs when fully designed 4 red belts, and now it only outputs 2 yellow belts instead. Nanobots would be nice for this, for sure. Mm-hmm. There. So that's done. In, out, in, out. There. And then I need to build... Oh, let's see if I can remember the new way of doing it. Mm-hmm. And then instead of going to a train, then this goes like back out somewhere.
Welcome back.
Thank you for the Prime for 3 months. Hit this ad. It's time for Prime. Thank you. Much appreciated. So, 5% chance of a bomb, but no. Alright, I like this. Because this is laying the foundation. We can scale it up. We can very easily adapt it once we go to the next level. So I just need coal inbound down here, which I have from that location. I think I'm going to drag it. I don't want to get too close to that, but we'll just drag it from here, I guess. Well, that's going to be a problem. This will eventually come in by train, but I don't think, or I know that trains are not on the horizon right now. Trains will be after we get robots. But I think it's a clean system we have here. It's a good design in a good balance between designing for the future and building for now. You got to make some sacrifice. We make it a little bit more expensive and complicated right now, but we don't make it so that everything has to be redone. 47, is that even enough? Oh, that's horrible. 47 is not, it's enough. Yeah, go. You have some oil on the future track. That's a thing. It'll just have to be the way it is. So, woohoo! I'm happy. That will almost give us what we want. Not quite. We also need some of
A new subscriber arrives.
this one.
It fills you with determination.
I am so filled with determination. Thank you very much, Pod. That doesn't seem... Oh, this seems perfect. There, and there. Ta-da! Plastic is coming. And also, it's time for a break. And then after the break, we'll say hi to the new... Oh, sorry for me. I always wondering and forgetting to ask, but why you are putting big power poles to city block robots on their inner edges? Isn't it better to place them on the outer edges closer to the city block edge to leave more space? Yes, it is. You're absolutely right. That is definitely better. I did it because of the hub, where I needed 3 spaces. I think it's because of the hub. I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely gives more room for that central location on the inside. Now I've kind of gotten accustomed to it, so I'm gonna stick with it. Yeah. Coal line is not finished. You're right. There. Look at that blue. Look at all the plastic. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. There. Cool. So I'm going to take a save. And that's going to be number 12. It's actually not number 12, but we'll call it number 12 instead. And then we will be taking a short break. Be back in 2 minutes. And we'll see if we can get... what's the next thing? Red circuits, I guess? Sure. Be back in a bit. I will just go with a short break. So before anyone realizes that there's a prime opportunity to blow up my base while I'm standing here and not paying attention. Let's look at our pollution cloud to see where we have the first potential. This is desert, so I guess it's going to spread up here faster than anywhere else. Once this one gets going, I could be in trouble here, especially because it's going to be a little more difficult to deal with. What's our situation in terms of that? Hey, Tozo, thank you so much for the 56 months. It's so nice to see those 56 months. Very, very nice. I'm leaning a little bit towards cleaning out a few biters first. Those are getting kind of big, and when they attack, they're going to be big. I don't know. No. When we go back, we have to go back anyway, right? Because we need a shit ton of transport belts. So let's go back and stock up on everything we think we need. Let's start by having, it's going to be this one, right? Let's take our build from here, go into the self-expanding base, and then take the purple. Oh dear. Smash it down. That's obviously a little bigger than we need. Oh, you can actually sit inside and put this in. The radars are annoying locations for this, but we'll see what we can do. Go through. Also recipes. Yeah, but I don't think we've seen a lot of things that are different. It's a good idea to check. 422, that's the same. Everything is the same. So I every time I check, I've confirmed it. So I will definitely forget it when things are no longer the same. Let's get all of that and all of that. And then green circuits are definitely not the same. No, they're not. They're not. But that's. But we're not doing green circuits. Not right now, at least. Do we have any with 70 of those? Do we have anything here? Yes. Do we have enough of this? Oh, that's a little bit too much. Oops. Okay, well, I guess we have enough of those for a while, so please don't blow that up. 50. You kidding me? That's 100, that's fine. This one, 264. That's definitely going to be needing more of that. 100 of these, 31 of those, that's actually enough. And if we want to go out and take some biters out, then that's good. Do we need a lot of this? I don't know. We have to, we have a 65, could be a little bit more. Smelters, do we, oh, 84 smelters, that's fine. Chemical plants, we're not going to need that. This thing, just open it completely. These are not going to get built anytime soon. That, I don't know. Maybe? That random tree makes long as certicism look like a ghost. Ah, where's the random tree? There's always random trees everywhere. Because there is a mod called trees everywhere. Let's see. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. This is. I think I have a lot of stuff that I need. Large power ports, radars, a lot of ammo. Some of that. Yeah, I think we're pretty stocked up on things we need. I also suspect that this could very much need to just fill up because we're going to need some long belts. All right. Whew. Enough bread inserters? No, but we didn't have enough built, so. Oh, what's the problem? Oh no, we don't have any iron. Why is the iron not coming in? Oh dear. That's really feels like we need a lot of gears. If we could just grab some gears, From the top. I need to get up to 25 before I can click another one. I think we can just get a little bit more. And then... Yep, that should be something. Because I think we can improve from here. Just this... Oh, no, we need one more. One more of those. There, that should be getting a faster push through here. Good. Right, and then we need that one. Right, so I think we're going to generate a lot more pollution down here, so it might be, and I also think that we need to get the stone deposit as well, so once we get that, this is going to be in trouble. Oh, day 2 is not on YouTube. Yeah, you're right. I need to put it on YouTube. You're right. Right. I think we'll go up here and remove some biters, though I don't really know if there's a point to it. Okay, so let's get this shit in order, this part. And I have 800 and something. Alright, no problems. I just wasn't sure if we were still really overpowered. We are. So let's exploit that. Yeah, one of the nests is large. Yep. A little bit of copper. Also nice with nanobots. They just pick up the whole thing at once instead of with look, personal robots, they would not pick up everything at once. Let's see, what do we, oops, I was doing this one. I think we might as well take this out. It's also a little block here. There. Shift C is the magic button for trivializing biter nests in early to mid game for when using even distribution. And then if we'll just show how it's set up here, even distribution, I said it's ammo limit 0.1 stack. I said that I only want 10 in my inventory, and then the rest, actually I don't want anything in my inventory, I think. And then that means the rest gets pushed out of my inventory, and then it gets automatically pushed into nearby turrets. Just check that I didn't mess it up. Yeah, I messed it up. Yes, I messed it up. If it goes to 0, for some reason it doesn't work. So I have to set it like this. And then it works. Weird. Hey, Sonny, thank you for the 31 months. That was a very non-strategic subscription there. Much appreciated. Many years of loyal support. 2.5 years, I guess. Or 3 metric years even. I don't think I bother. I think I can get carried away if I start taking these two, but I think I want these down here. And you rather want to attack from east or west from the north and south because you can actually see a little bit further. Whitebeard, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. And J Games, thank you for the Prime. Brand new subscriber, welcome. I keep pressing the wrong ones. And a news, many new subscribers. Oh yeah, by the way, before the break, while we were in a hype train, there was also a new patron. So thank you very much, new patron. That's an annual protector of the path. Kuroria, welcome. And thank you for your pledge. And Patrick, congratulations with the 5 metric years of support. And congratulations to me for being so lucky to have you support for so long. Thank you. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Not what we wanted. Surprised to see you streaming today. The class not go as expected. It went exactly as expected. So this is, let's take a little aside on talking in general about this class and other classes like it. So, things are not always as simple as was it good? Yes, no. Because everyone goes like, oh, you went to this thing. Was it good? And I'm like, I can't say. It was both really good and really bad. Because that's it was really nuanced. So before I went, my ex-girlfriend had told me, had warned me about going. She said, don't go. It is they have awful sort of facilitation skills, and they are really just unsympathetic way of running workshops, and it's really hard on people, so don't go. But when I went, I had amazing experience, and it was like, that's kind of a mixture. How can you say both of those? It just doesn't seem, it seems like there's a cognitive dissonance between like, oh, it was amazing, but don't go. Like, how can that be? So I was joking a bit, and I was teasing her about like how inconsistent she was about like these warnings. And now, as I came back, I talked to a friend who wanted to go with her boyfriend, and I said, on the strongest terms, I will tell you, do not go. I cannot be more clear. Do not go. It will almost certainly completely destroy your relationship if you go. So do not go. But it was great for me. Like, that's also like seems so inconsistent, right? Like, how can you say one and not the not the other? How can you say it was super good, but it's good for me, but don't go? Got really mixed signals. Yes, that's the one exactly. But day 2, I was curious if you had posted the blueprint of that all-in-one science build. All-in-one science build? Day 2. No, I don't post the blueprints. I just make the blueprints available to the patrons through save games, because otherwise it's changing too much in a series like this. But the thing is, like, my ex-girlfriend had said exactly the same thing. Like, it was amazing for her, but she wouldn't recommend that I went. Also because, you know, she might actually have sort of aggravated some things for her. Maybe she was you never know, but it started some thoughts. But anyway, that's the reason why it's like, it's not so simple. Like, was it good or was it bad? So to go into a little bit of detail, there were a little bit of detail without going into too much detail. I had 2 things that I wanted to work on the workshop, and I have completely achieved both things. And I'm really proud of it, because that's something I've been struggling with for a long time. And now suddenly I'm like, I would say it's almost like a solved thing now. Which is amazing to be able to sort of have something you've been struggling with for a long time and then solving it over a 1 week workshop, a 1 weekend workshop. That was awesome, wasn't it? How can the workshop not be great then? Because that the workshop was, some people attended the workshop again. And that was weird for me. Like, if you went to this class and you learned it, why would you come back? The reason is that the people who came back were sort of initiated into the whole culture, and they knew how to do the workshop well, and they knew the facilitators, and they were sort of did the things the right way. Very cultish behavior. Like, they were the ones who were level 2, exactly cultish behavior, right? So they knew how to behave. They knew what was the good things to do, and they had already completed it. So they were sort of the favorites of the teachers. So you would think that the teachers would be like, awesome. So there's like 30 people here. 8 of you have been here before. So you guys help elevate the rest of the team. That's not what they did. They focused on the 8, and then whoever was sort of showing the most potential, and everyone else was just left to fend for themselves. And no care taken to anyone who had crisis during the workshops. No care was taken for anyone who couldn't follow or didn't get the good engagements, that kind of thing. And that was just like, tough luck. That's not our problem. We're here to basically not say have fun, but they were very heavily favoring and the ones who had been there before. And that created a very bad environment that I didn't want to be part of, because it was not a safe space. Because you knew that if you had a problem or a crisis, there would be no one to catch you. Maybe someone else from the team, but there was such a competitive spirit that you didn't really bond very well with the other sort of classmates. And it was very superficial, all interaction. Highly sexual, but extremely superficial. And I did not like that. And that was the one thing that really made me like, I may have learned something, but this was, if there was a work environment, it would be a hostile work environment. They cultivated a culture of, there's an elite and there's the rest. They cultivated a culture of sacrifice the one for the group. Someone had a crisis, they were literally put in the middle, and this crisis they had was, there was a couple that had a crisis. It was torn apart for everyone to see and exposed to everyone as a learning session for everyone, even though they might have ruined their relationship. Like, they just didn't care, because that's not their problem. You have to be strong to survive. That was the mentality of this part. So for that reason, it's very, very unhealthy place. And therefore, I would not recommend it for going there with couples, because they would just be torn apart and shown as examples to everyone else, for the learning experience for everyone else. Oh, we lost 2. Oh no. Tiger, thank you for the 10 months, 1 metric year, and Phantom Lord for the 14 months. So that's the distinction. That was the reason why I said I really achieved what I wanted from this workshop. Awesome, fantastic. I'm really proud of what I have achieved, but I don't want to be here 1 second more than I have to, and I certainly don't want to spend 1,200 euros for another 3 days of this. So that's no. There, should we take that one? Yeah, let's take that one as well. Did that make sense? Did that make sense without sort of going into the specifics of what it was? And let me see if there are any. We had to make money. No, there's not. It's not actually there to make money. It was not there to make money. It was there to further, like, I understand it from their perspective. If they have 30 people there, that's 30 people paying for the course. Sure. But they don't want all 30 of them to move on, because they are not the right fit. They only want, in the higher echelons of the cult, I say cult, it's a little bit of a cult. They only want the right people. So if they lift everyone up, there might be some they will lift up someone and they will encourage to go to the next level. But what they want is, instead of having the skill level of the class being like a bell curve, they want it to be like really flat, and then there's few people out there that are that are, I don't know how to say, but they definitely want to flatten the curve. They don't want a lot of people to sort of pass. They want to sort of make it hostile to the third, an okay experience to a third, and a great experience to the third. And that third that it has a great experience, they'll be the ones who go to the next course. They'll be the ones who take the sixth course the next time around, and then they'll be the favorites, and they'll get an even better experience next time around. And it was kind of that culture of sort of some got promoted and the rest were sort of kept down. And I was sort of in the middle of the pack. I was doing good and had my experiences. I'm a pretty outgoing person, but I didn't like what I needed to do. I didn't like the person I had to be in order to get the good experience. Because you have to be competitive, you have to be really aggressive in sort of seeking experiences, which is not the way I enjoy going to workshops. I enjoy going to workshops relaxed and just sharing the love and taking my time and building relations slowly. And if something happens, something happens. But that was not how it worked there. So those are the kind of things that that are made it a unique experience. Very, very also sort of reflective in terms of being facilitated in a role that pushed me to be someone I didn't want to be. And then what do you do about it? There's this, like, I either become the person that survives in this environment, but then I lose myself, or I stay true to myself and then I don't get the best experience out of it. It's a pretty fucking big challenge because you paid a lot of money and invested a lot of time and you want to get the maximum output of a workshop. So you're sort of encouraged to be someone you're not in order to be part of the group and do the stuff that is the right things, even though it's not what is your thing. And I found that to be an extremely educational and challenging position, but it's not something I want to go like, ooh, let me do that again. Sounds like bullying. It was absolutely bullying. Absolutely. It was organized bullying. That's exactly what it was. Giving the person's a great experience at the cost of the other sounds like ensuring regular income. It is, because like I'm thinking like now I did level 1, so I know the attitude, and if I in a year's time want to do level 2, then I know what it takes to be a success. So if I decide to do that, I will decide to be the person who is successful in that environment. Because I will only go there to have the maximum experience. That means that the stuff that is required will be the stuff that I will do if I choose to go back, because there's no point in going there and trying to sort of fight the system, because it's not going to work. It's their system. So, woohoo! Cleared some vitals and talked a little bit of random crap. E-meter to clear you are? Nope. They have different ways of measuring your readiness, and it's a little more extreme. So, but yeah, great experience. But what my ex-girlfriend also said, she said like, take care of yourself. Don't do anything. Don't get sort of carried away and do stuff you don't want to do to fit in, because that's what they want to do. But there's also fun to sort of test your boundaries and do shit that you haven't done before, and just in a safe environment in a workshop where you go like, okay, why not do this on a normal basis, but hey, now I can try it and play with that. Oops. Oh, it's fine. Don't know what the workshop was about, but it sounds like a cult. It sounds like a cult. If I was to explain this workshop with 2 words, it's a tantric swinger club. I've come up with this description myself, and the people I know who know about it, and I said it to them, they laughed and go like, yeah, fuck yeah, that's actually what it is. That's not what they brand themselves at, but it is really what they are. And therefore, yeah, if you're not into that, then, and you come there for the tantric experience, and then you find out that it's more of a swinger club, then you're like, you know, not really my thing. Not really my thing. I'm guessing it's also super expensive. Yes, it is super expensive. I can see it in couples now. Exactly. You got to be really strong in your relationship if you're okay with seeing your partner in a very sexual environment. You got to make sure that you're strong, because it will be, say, strongly encouraged. So, yeah. I also good comment from Samagot that I want to return to when I'm done with this one. Whitebeard, thank you for starting a YouTube series on space exploration, as the game itself will have an expansion next year. I'm aware. Thank you. Very exciting. Was meaning to ask you for this series on Twitch since we... Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have been asking me, and I've been very adamant on no, until it's a yes for me. But I didn't want to say, like, maybe, because then it's sort of opened up. Ooh, maybe. Well, does that mean, like, maybe we can put some more pressure on? So I was kind of, yeah, clear on my no until I felt a yes myself. Which is, by the way, also a thing that you can learn for yourself. Hold on to your no, even if it's a maybe. Because a maybe can get pushed by other people. And that's not always nice to be sort of pressured on a maybe. Even if you're actually feeling a maybe, then just go like, no. Even to the point when I was planning it and testing it, and people were asking, and I went like, no. Because I wasn't sure, and I didn't want to overpromise and underdeliver. If you go like, oh, maybe, then you already go like, oh, he's been saying no for the last year, and now he says maybe, so it's coming. Ah, guys, it's coming. Then puts both you and me in an awkward position. Maybe, mainly me. Okay. Okay, we do this for now. And then we solve it correctly later on. Do we? No, we don't. There. All right, so let me move on to that question from Samagot. What's the max rate calculator? It's called max rate calculator. Methinks. So, Samagot asked a good question that I really want to dive into while building these tracks here. For some couples, but probably not most. Exactly, it's definitely something you need to be very clear about before. How does the topic that should be all about feeling good in a very broad term, I wouldn't know how to define it, result in an experience like this? How does a topic that should be about feeling good, what do you mean by... So Conrad, I'm gonna address this because Samagot, remind me if I forget yours, because that's something a little bit another topic that I want to dive into when I can dive in a little bit. What do you mean, Sir Conrad, about feeling good? Do you tell me? No, I don't. And maybe I should, but I don't. I like sort of doing it old school. I mean, I think you can. Now let me guess what you mean instead. And okay, so maybe the context is that weren't you supposed to go there for a feel good feeling, and then you're talking about how nasty it was and how awful it was. Well, the first thing is you don't know that until you go. So you got to take some chances and sort of protect yourself while taking those chances. And then some things might be good, some things might be bad, but hey, you don't know if you don't try. That's the one part of it. The other part of it is the fact that if you want to get in shape, you're going to have a miserable time on the treadmill for a long time. But it's part of the process. And you got to do that. You got to put in the hours to get better. So if you want to do some self-improvement, well, that's basically the same thing. You have to put in some work. Oops. And that will be really uncomfortable because that's like, this is obviously not therapy, but it is in a way like therapy. You get confronted with some dark truth about yourself, and then how you handle it is then the challenge. In therapy, you do it in a safe space. Here, you do it in a definitely not safe space, but you still do it, and then you can sort of reflect on that, or yeah. So that's kind of what I mean. I don't know if that's what you meant, Sir Conrad, but it's kind of, it has to hurt. Like, self-development has to get to some hard truth about you. Otherwise, you're not going to be developing as a person. Oops. Yeah. Do these work? Oh, this one doesn't work. Oops. No, it does work. There. He's playing Space Invaders again. It's been a no for quite some time. Yes. Consent question, do you need to scroll? How do you get into the testing theme? Yes. I want to just wrap up this one. And I don't see anything follow up from Sir Conrad. Sir Conrad, you asked a question, and I asked a follow-up question, but then you kind of disappeared. Huh, weird. Or am I missing your... No? Nope. Maybe you... Oh, well. I tried to wrap my thoughts. Okay, cool. No worries. Did it somehow answer some of what you were asking? Did I go down the right path? This one here, I'm just going to check. This should not consume very much. No, definitely not. So that's not a problem with quantities here. So I'm just going to build one line of this. Yeah, we're going to have to get it out here too. There. Now it goes in. Good. Now it's powered. Sweet. Oh no! I'm out of... Oh, glass. Glass. Really? How did I make glass? Sand. But I can't really make it into glass without some of these. There you go. Oh, plastic bars went there. Oh well. Yes you did. I had missed some of your points beforehand. Cool. Alright, so that's good. And that gives us lights. 15 lights. For now. We can only get to the part where we get copper as well. Okay, that's maybe a little bit much. Huh? Oh, the glass got reinserted into it. There you go. That's Factorio colorblind action. Yeah, I think so. Oh, neat. You're live. I watched a couple of your tutorials, and now my entire YouTube homepage is Factorio. Nice. Yeah, I know that. I watched something as well, and then it was like, oops, now my front page is broken. That's why I don't watch League of Legends on my main account, because I don't want my YouTube recommendations to be full of League of Legends content, because I'm not interested in it. I'm a very specific, narrow interest in League of Legends, and I don't want my algorithm to be messed up with that. So anyway, to account for YouTube, yeah, me too. Anyway, let's go back to Samagot's question about how to get into the tantric experience if you are not. The first thing, I don't believe that reading does anything. You can sure you can read a little bit about it, but it's like sex, or it's like riding a bike. You can't read yourself to learning how to ride a bike, and reading about sex is just not the same as doing it. So, you know, some things you just have to dive into instead of just reading about it. And then the part is, if you don't live near a big city, you're probably not in luck. But in most big cities, there are various types of sort of workshops facilitated and done. So the first thing I would do, actually, now that I think of it a little bit more, if you're interested in Tantra or just anything, first thing you do, book a Tantra massage at a professional person. And find out that it's somewhere that is professional about the attitudes, and then book it, because you need to know what it feels like. And then only then can you sort of determine, okay, is this something for me? Oh, yes, it is. Or, oh, no, it's not. So I think that's the first part. Experience it yourself. And if you have experienced it and go like, ooh, I'd like to do more in this realm. First thing first, the main part when people say Tantra is a Tantra massage. That's not all there is to it. It is a lifestyle. It is a way of seeing the world, but I'm going to make it a little bit synonymous in this case with a tantric massage, because that's what most people think about. But the core part of Tantra is about conscious touch. So the aspect is that every touch you have is very deliberate and meaningful, and serves a purpose, and serves a purpose for the person you are touching, not for the person touching. And then that touch can be any kind, in any way, as long as it is conscious. Then it's sort of within the realm of a tantric universe. And what the hell does conscious mean in this context? Really hard to describe that, honestly. Deliberate, and serving a purpose, and generally that also means slow and not necessarily soft. I'm just trying to really simplify things here. I'm just gonna go over here for this copper and drag it into this box, and then make a little bit of copper smelter here. I think that's gonna be the plan. Oh, copper smelters don't work. Cult or not of cult? What? G-Wolf? Cult or not a cult? The stuff for the weekend was yes, but Tantra in itself has nothing to do with cult. It's just it's a way of looking at life and approaching life in a deliberate way, and that also seems a lot more profound than it necessarily has to be. It can also just be about being present. So I want to come back to defining conscious touch, because I think that's core to the tantric experience. And if you're just here for the Factorio, don't worry, we're playing Factorio in the meantime. But what else are we going to do instead of, and now I'm placing a power pole, and now I'm placing a power pole, and now I'm placing another power pole. So while we do stuff that is a little bit repetitive, it's always nice to have like a random topic to talk about. now that one came up, and it happens to be one of my favorite topics. But it also just always challenging when you have to define something, because you define it by sort of seeing a lot of examples yourself, and then you get an idea about what is Tantra, what is not Tantra. But when you have to explain it, I can't just give examples, but you have to try to sort of define things, which is a lot more difficult, I think. So anyway, a conscious touch is you're present in the moment, you're deliberate at all you do, and the touch is there to serve the person being touched, not you. So you only do stuff that serves a purpose for the one being touched. And that's kind of the essence of a tantric massage. So you got this beautiful, lovely person in front of you, and you have free reign to do whatever you want. But you don't do what you want. You do what you sense that they need. And that's not even sure that they know it, but it's your job to figure out what it is that they need. So by getting a tantric massage, like, this is one of the things that it is the gift that I want to give everyone who hasn't done it. Because I think my best example is one of my friends who 48-year-old birthday, and all her life she had this one notion about what sexual encounters involved, and it was very much what you see on the movies and very much what you sort of hear in popular literature and stuff, and I just knew that there's so much more to like a, not necessarily a sexual experience, but just to an experience with another person. So I gave her a tantric massage, not for me, but from a professional, as a birthday present. And that kind of ruined her, because then she went like, oh my God, I have lived my entire life being satisfied with plain pasta. And I didn't know that there was so many rich things that was that could be possible. And that's kind of what very often happens, is that you've been sort of go like, well, all my life I've just been having, I don't know, plain old pasta or plain old potatoes, and yeah, it's nourishing and it tastes all right. And then you find out that no, there's an entire buffet of wonderful things that you didn't even know about. And studies show that the average for a European and is a sexual encounter from start to finish is on average 12 minutes long. Then when you suddenly experience something that takes 2.5 hours, it's a little bit of a different experience, because it's deliberate and it's not fast and it's not seeking a goal. And that's the kind of thing that's Tantra is all about. Like, not being goal oriented and just being deliberate in all your interactions. That's wonderful. So and give us a massage, kind of, but it's the one thing that I was just like recommend. And for some people it doesn't do anything, and for some people it's transcendental, whatever, it's good. But if you're interested in it, then like start by getting that, and then as part of that you can also talk about like, oh, so if I want to get more into this, how would I do? And they'll probably like, oh yeah, we have these introduction workshops, or we do these classes, or we do something. Like, going to introduction workshops that are really soft, like Clothed On, is a really good place to start. Go to Clothed On workshops first, because then it's not a sexual space. And that's really healthy to not go into a sexual space, because a lot of people are not mature about that. So, and that's how I would recommend getting into it. First, get a professional, then finding out where there's opportunities for workshops, because people who do this, they want to make a living out of it, and they cannot
Our
make a living out of it
champion
in any other way than
Welcome
by
home.
hosting workshops, for example. So there is if there's a market, i.e. a big city, then you will definitely also see that there are like various workshops going on. Mr. Tack, thank you for the 23 months. And once you then meet someone, then you can find some practice partners, and then you can start exchanging with them. So I have some practice partners, and we just exchange, and we sort of like, oh, I'd like to be better at this part, and then you just like ask, oh, can I try? I'd like to try this technique, and then I'd like to get your feedback afterwards. Like, oh, sure. You're basically like, you're like, oh, can I serve you for several hours and just trying to make it as pleasurable as possible for you? It's like, yeah, that's okay. You're allowed to do that. That's okay. I think that's a fun idea. Let's try and get the copper smelting. Well, it's obviously not going to work like this. So I'm not going to do it like this, am I? Yeah. Cut this out first. And then build like the normal, boring arrays here instead. Yes. Wow, that was exceptional placement. You'd maybe think that I've done this a little bit a few times before. I'm probably not going to make it as big though. But it's the perfect placement. That's the most important stuff. That was the perfect placement. And here and that one. Here. Not to mention the way Niels speaks now, we might need to add Isma tag to him. Oh. I have kids. If we have that much time together, most of it's going to be spent in sleep. I know. I completely understand it. And things don't always have to take hours. So don't get me wrong. I know that that's kind of one of the usual things, like hours. I don't have hours, and I don't have that either usually. But it's the prospect of it, and also let's be honest. Like around here in Copenhagen, if you want to go for a professional tantric massage, you're gonna pay more than you would pay for a prostitute, which is basically like even I don't know, like way more. It's not a cheap thing because it's a professional stuff, and there you need to be certified. You don't need to be certified, but it's yeah. So it's really expensive, and it's also like a deliberate thing. I know that I've talked to people that they deliberately price it so that people don't consider it an alternative to going to for prostitution. I was like, why does it have to be like? It's because otherwise people will go and consider it like prostitution. It has to be a luxury thing. And then, so I mean, I paid, what was it, 250 euro for a 3-hour massage. So yeah, it's not something you just do. Most people, at least. Actually start liking this one. I don't like the fact that I'm liking new stuff, but oh well, what can you do? Yeah. What's speedruns panel? As I see speedrunners are turning away from it now, they are using it just regular patterns. I don't know. I'm starting to like it. I'm a slow adopter, so by the time I adopt a fashion, it's already going out of fashion. So nothing to see here. No surprises about that. Oops, wrong one. And Draconius, I'd prefer not to answer that question, not because of that I have any problem talking about it, but mainly because it's not really appropriate for a stream that isn't marked as adult only. Damn. Bad balancer. What? You're a bad balancer? Who is a bad balancer? This is fine. This is the new weird way of doing it. We'll try it for a while and see if we find flaws. Or is it because I made it wrong? Like, this is just to get it from 4 lanes into 2 lanes. That's fine. Ghost color? Yeah, the ghost color is annoying. I don't know why they chose to have a different ghost color, but... oh well. There. Whoops. How did that happen? Oh, it's this one I misplaced. For 3 hours, I just looked at 1 hour massage. I just booked a 1 hour massage for €200. Yeah. €200. Yeah. 3 hours. Oh, you just booked. Okay, cool. I mean, it very much depends on where and who and why, and if you take someone who's more popular, they will charge a higher rate, like everything else. And you can probably also get it dirt cheap. I have a friend, and she was like, oh, she wanted to try it, but she couldn't afford it, so she just found someone who was offering it on Facebook, and I was like, that's fine, but you know, if you judge by that, then maybe you're also just not really like, yeah, I don't know. It could be someone good, but it could also just be someone who just wants to get people home and grope them. That's the problem. There are creeps everywhere. Why is that also 2 of these? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah. And then over from this side, I get the coal inbound somehow. Yeah. To turn ghost timing in setting. There is. We have already. Jeff gave me the shortcut for it last time, so we do have that. So we're not going to be running out of. Oh, whoa! What did that do? Leech. I don't need much. Yeah, getting coal inbound. We want to try time massage. Never tried that either. And I think that's because there's really a lot of stigma around it. At least around here. Good. So that gets us copper. Well, it doesn't, because we still haven't built this part. And hooked it up to power either. But once you get into this, so back to that Samagot's really good question about how do you get into it. I got completely hooked on it, and then I took private classes with my ex-girlfriend when we were together. We took private classes, and now I'm like, okay, since it's not like a couple thing for me, then I go to a lot of workshops, a lot of where it's like for practice or for teaching or for exchanging or for exploring or for different variations of the same thing, and that is just absolutely wonderful. And it's also the good thing about it is that yeah, it costs money to go to these kind of workshops, but it maybe costs the same for a week's workshop as it does for like a single massage. So you get a lot more value out of it because you'll also build relations. And I can also just very safely tell you that tantric men are in high demand, like really high demand. So if nothing else, that's a good argument. There. The only thing I need one, and it has to go out on that belt. So would you be comfortable charging for giving people massage? Nope, I wouldn't. And it kind of goes the same way. If it was a job, then yes, you'd have to charge for it. That's a good question. But I don't want it to be a job. I want it to be something that I associate with enjoyment. So I don't want to be in a position where I have to give a massage to someone I don't want to give a massage to, but they paid for it, so now I should. I don't want to be in that position, and it's kind of the same as what I do with this job here, is that I don't want to do things I don't want to do, because then it ruins the enjoyment. And stuff like Tantra is very much a hobby for me. And if anything, it would be like maybe conducting workshops at some point. That could be, oh, we already ran out of all of our belts. Damn. Look at the copper flowing. Yay. So I wouldn't take, I wouldn't charge for it, because explicitly because it changes the nature of the activity from being a thing you do for pleasure into a thing you do for money. And you can of course keep balance, but it's just very hard. It's very hard to go like, oh, I want to give a massage, but I only want to give massage to people I like. Like, how's that gonna pan out? And you should be able to, if you do it for a job, you should be able to do it with everyone under any circumstances, which is difficult. I'm definitely not there. Almost, but not really. Not quite. I find that distinction very interesting. The distinction between like charging for it and then like, what do you mean by what distinction? Yeah. More belts, please. Yes, we need more belts. I also need to take a break, I think. Yes, definitely. For the DSP YouTube series helped me a lot. Awesome, thank you. Like, hobbies are always thought of as to be something you should monetize. Oh, right, not really. I do monetize this hobby, so don't think I want to monetize that hobby for any reason. Yes, we're gonna come out there. But you know, like conducting workshops where you feel that it's more of an open environment, and but giving a tantric massage to someone just coming in through the door, that's not something for me, because then you have to attain a really professional mindset instead of I do this for the joy of giving. And I believe that is sort of the core of tantra. Like you do it to serve and to that, and then you can do that with transaction of money if you're good enough at it. But at this point, I can't. I wouldn't be able to sort of go like, all right, I'm gonna do this very intimate thing very professionally. No, it has to be coming from the heart. Cool, for me, at least the way I feel it now. But anyway, we're going to take a little break, and when we come back, we'll be working on our... We're going to still need a few more things. Actually, I should drag a second belt over, because we also need to make green circuits somewhere. We could make a green circuit build here. I know it's just like slamming things, but ultimately it doesn't matter because trains will just whoosh and figure it out. So be back in a bit. I'll look at this summary when we come back. And back again. Sorry to the people who have already left because of the weird topic while we are laying belts left and right. Let's just get this one in. Summer God, yes, I completely agree. That's a great way of summarizing it. And then for the people watching the VODs or didn't see the set, so you're saying, so to sum it up, first you find and go for a tantric massage, professional tantric massage in your city. If you like it, then you can find some entry workshops and through them build a network of people to actually practice with. Yes. And go to workshops, festivals, that kind of thing. There are everywhere there's a big city, there's an environment, and it's very much sort of your Facebook group, and then if you go to a workshop, then you talk to other people who go like, oh, I've been doing this for 2 years. Then you talk to them during the break and go like, hey, would you recommend any kind of workshops? And they go like, yeah, follow this person and this person or this organization. They do really good workshops. Okay, then you start following those, and then you build the network, and you go to these events and you meet more people, and they go like, oh, you should try this, and you start building up a rapport for defining what things you like. If you wanted the white, the red, or the black part. That's kind of the traditional way of looking at it. The white part is non-sexual, the red is sexual, the black is very sexual. Just put it like that. So then you find out where you want to be at. Oh, we need to drag another belt, which you don't have, so we're gonna go back. This is our main driving line. And then from Factorio Muscularia was mainly about sort of the okay, so the mall, no, I don't have a mall, and the hub, no, I don't. I have this mediocre thing, but it kind of works for what we need. It gets, I wouldn't say it gets the job. Well, it does get the job done, so it's actually fine for what we need, and it doesn't blow up very often, at least. Let's go here. And I don't want to build like a more advanced hub than what we have here at this point. Wow. We did not even able to get rid of all of that. Let's put it up here by the tracks. There. Cool. Crystalline Railbox. Indeed. Do they have tantric Twitch streams? No, that wouldn't be allowed. It would be too sexual. Because you're kind of nude. Let's see. Oh, we need some splitters as well. Splitters, yes. That one. Oh, large power poles and also small power poles. Just topping up on all the things that we're missing. Yeah. Small power poles. Let's see, do we... Oh, we can also get more of this. There you go. And these. There you go. And let's see, what is it we want to do now? Let's see. So we got that one. We need to make a green circuit build down here. I think this is the only place that makes sense to make a green circuit build is down here. It's close to copper. We will get iron and steel in here, if we can. And then sort of have to drag the iron over here together with some stone. That it's going to be a little bit more tricky to get the stone. Oh, there's a stone location. That's fine. So the stone... Oh, no iron over there. So stone and copper goes into that one. Good. Okay, so we also need concrete. And 86, that's a good number. Not iron, but stone. Yes, you're right. You're right, got it. And the concrete. There. Just keep munching on this. You know, I'm constraining this, but it really shouldn't be. There you go. Hello, Bodis. All right, so the question or the comment or whatever it was from Factorio Musculager about sort of whether I felt that I was at a level where I could charge for it. Yes, I definitely feel so from the perspective of skill, but not necessarily from the perspective of sort of experience. Oops, I think I lost that one. Snapping is on. I'd like to be more experienced in various variations, but I definitely can. I've gotten only good feedback and only, let's say, repeat customers. So people who I've given a tantric massage to, they've been very keen on more, which is a pretty good sign. Oops, doesn't matter. So I think I could do that, but I think that again, like I also know that the part is it's all about branding, and I don't have a brand in that space, so I would have to spend effort on building a brand. And the easiest way to start building a brand in any domain is you get some certifications so that you lean on other people's brand to sort of strengthen your own brand. You go like, oh, I'm certified from this location. And then people go like, oh, okay, so it's not just a guy who says it, but he's actually attended these classes and done these things. That helps a lot on sort of building credibility. Oh, that was 2,000 already. So that's one of the things that I definitely know is important there. And I think this one should be, I wish we could sort of... There, right? That's a better location. Then we'll drag it over. Oh, top up the blue bombs. Yes, that's a good point. Definitely do that. Let's go back up and find the blues. Oops. Ow, 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 ow. It'll be nicer once there are rails everywhere that we can just jump on a train and tell it where we want to go. Stay effective isn't a good center motto. That's actually that's a good point. Unless you redefine effective. No, actually it's good. Effective, yes. Oh, I think it's actually great. Stay effective is a great tantric motto. Because if you can bring someone to ecstasy by just placing two hands on them at the right pressure, the right points, the right time, with the right presence, that is incredibly effective. Instead of all the stuff you'd usually do. Oh, it's not actually up here. So I think that it's effective. Not if I don't know if it's efficient, but it is definitely an effective thing. But anyway, it's fun. Raising the issue now, so you can think about it. How to move around the base with all the trains trying to run you over. I'm going to be running around with trains. I'm going to be jumping in a train and just saying where I want to go. That's going to be how we move around. And then also just getting randomly run over, because, you know, that's also kind of fun. Oh, I still don't have the blue things. Blues, they are, where are they? Down here. It is actually feels really good to build the base like this, because I know that whatever I build now is not going to be like temporary. It's going to be some kind of temporary, of course, but not as temporary as things usually are. Okay, so let's build it over here. And there we go. Good thing we pushed the biters back, because this is this part of the base is expanding a lot now. One more question to clarify. You emphasize on professional. Does it just mean in a facility versus Facebook personal master, or even more facilities that are good, bad quality? I think if you find someone like, oh yeah, I offer tantric massage, then you go like, but where are your credentials? But if it's some kind of like, I'm gonna take an education at something called the Tantra Temple in Copenhagen. So like, that's a tantric temple. They offer courses, they offer massages, they offer personal trainers. They full package. So you know that they have a professionalism, because they have to. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in business. They can't afford to deliver shitty quality consistently. Otherwise, they would not be in business, because that kind of thing travels by word of mouth, and you easily get a bad rep in a community like that. So, random person online, you don't know, but someone who has a functional business doing this is probably because they're actually good at it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to have a business doing it. That's how I would look for professionalism. So this is now the green circuit square here. It's actually possible to kill all the biters on the map. It's hard but tricky but doable. Ah, yeah, because it's a finite map. It depends on how big you've sort of defined your starting map to be. Good thing we topped up on these as well. Oops. Yeah. Like, a lot of what we've been doing today is infrastructure, and that's kind of just at some point in Factorio, if you don't set aside time for infrastructure, it's just gonna be miserable generally. And that is probably around blue science. You really want to scale up your sort of infrastructure, because doing it too early, you just don't have the tools to mass build things. Doing it too late, then you have a lot more that has to be redone. Yeah. And that's as far over as I want to be, but I'm gonna get this one in once I finish this one up. When do you get robots? Same time as normal. It's just logistic spots are further away because you have to go to space. So, well, not generally logistic spots, but logistics chests are further away. So we should not rely on a robot logistics, also because there's a robot attrition, so you lose robots just from having them. Let's go up here and get... no, don't care. We'll go here and grab some stone. Oh, actually, I have to redesign the green circuit build. Huh, funny. But let's get some stone inbound at least. You need to smelt stone into bricks first. Yes, that's why it isn't going to be a new design. I don't think I needed this big here. Okay. It's been very quiet today in terms of explosions and such. Interesting. Then I can wonder if it's because of the conversational topic or it's because the bomb chance has been reduced to what it should be, or it's something else. Can I remember how to do this anymore? No? Don't think I can. Yes.
A kind gesture.
Kind gesture. Thank you. Silver Cecil. Thank you. Oh, right. That's a 2 to 2. That's not what I wanted. I wanted just a 1 to 1. Can't remember. How do I do a 1 to 1 now? I completely forgot. Huh. Funny. You're right. So the green circuit build will be different. That's all we know right now. Oops. Yeah. To be honest, I'm happy the bomb chance got reduced. Seeing your base being blown up is fun, but I was worried having to reconstruct too often have been tiring for you. Yes, I agree. It's this balance, and I also kind of have a feeling that it was really fun to see the whole thing blow up. But then as I start working on deconstruction, some people would probably go like, oh well, that's gonna be like 45 minutes of just redoing this, retracing the steps. So I think I'll go watch something else and maybe come back, and then don't come back. So I kind of have that sensation that it's fun, but then sort of all the retracing is the explosions are fun, but the reconstruction effort is maybe not so fun to watch. And I think it's I think it's fun that there's going to be a big chance. And when we build like, ta-da, here's our new build, and if someone is sitting on 10 gift ups or something like that and just want to wait for an opportunity to really wreak havoc, awesome. I like it. I like that idea. That's kind of the essence of what we wanted with this. Or just getting into a hype train and then just kind of wrecking everything that's around, which also means like when I'm chopping stone here, it's not really a good incentive to build explosions, right? I thought it was fun to do, but that's also why I decided to build so much stuff between sessions, because I wanted to make sure that we didn't hello. Oh, that's an expansion. Okay. Okay, interesting. Well, let's go there and have a conversation about my country. They might actually be stuck there because they wanted to expand and then suddenly it was too close and it's not an expanding spot anymore. Oh, it's because there's a... Close. Probably too close to be really... feel really safe here.
Ow, 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 ow.
I'm waiting for the call about my vehicle's extended warranty plan. Beware of the spitters. Yeah. Just an intrusive thought. Okay, how annoying would it be if planned obsolescence was implemented into the final product in the game? I think it would... I don't think it would be good to add it into the game, but I think that if it was part of the game from the beginning, it would be really interesting. Or it would be really awful, depending on how it's implemented. Because it's one of the things that, from a logistical perspective, is a limitation in Factorio, is that you can't really apply normal logistical processes to it, because in that case, it would be like stockpiling things, buffers would be bad, but there is no cost to having buffers in Factorio, because things don't become obsolete and things don't cost anything to have stockpiled. Oops. And like the storage cost is, it's not only just negligible, it's completely irrelevant. And because of that, I think there's a missed potential in terms of sort of making it really feel according to logistical principle. But I'm not sure it would be fun. And I think that's a little bit more important than realistic. Some people go all in on realism and then kill the fun in the process. Factorio is very fun, and I don't think it would necessarily make it more fun to make it more realistic in that context of just having things sort of cost things to have on stockpile or degrade if they've not been used for X amount of time. Don't think that would make the game inherently more fun. I think it would quite do the contrary in almost all cases. Ah, very full inventory. With all the power poles and trees you bump into, your vehicle warranty must be very expensive. It probably is. Oop. Okay, so we got 2 lines here, yes, but we also need 2 lines out. Ah, now I don't leave the vehicle, which is not a good idea. No. Yeah. So we got copper inbound here, and we got stone inbound here. Now we need to make the green circuit build. And we'll start by pasting the existing green circuit and then regretting it. Some things are correct. There are 2 inbounds, iron and copper. They will not be iron and copper, they'll be copper and stone. But right now we get the stone in here and we get the copper in here. Only 1 lane of copper. Not really a lot for this, but it can be added. Another one can be added in due time. Yeah. But this build is not working. So that has to just go away. Exactly. Don't forget to smelt the stone. That's exactly what we're looking at. So let's figure out what a build ratio-wise would look like. This one will be the greens. This one will be the stone smelting. Here. This one is making 4 per half second, and this one is consuming 1 per half second. So this can actually feed into like that. And then that looks very good. So I'm feeling something like this. Only problem is that they will now put on the outer side instead. Or will they? Will they, won't they? What if they were outputting here instead, as I think I usually do, which will then go in here. And then that's a repeating pattern. Like this. Oh, stone bricks. Yeah. Okay, that's good. So I need stone bricks here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we'll make this into stone bricks. See, I've already planned it. Everything is planned. Why are stone bricks not part of this? Where's stone bricks? There. See? It was always meant to be like this. You only need 2 copper coils to 2 green circuits and 1 stone block to 4 greens. Now this is the usual ratio, unless that's just changed. No, it's the same. This needs 3, and this needs 3. So this needs 6, and this is producing 2 plus 2 plus 2, so this is working. And this one conserves 4 because it makes 4 every half second, and this one consumes 1 every half second, so it's all good. So this is the build. Stone tablets. Yeah, this is stone tablets. Right? Stone tablets. Stone bricks come in here. I just need to make the stone bricks over on this block. And that means going up here, getting that one, and then getting stone bricks, and getting that smacked in here. Ugh. Ugh. Would be nice with nanobots or robots to just remove all this crap, but that is not the case yet. Inventory full. The swine are fine. What the hell? I need more explosives. So let's run up and get some explosives. Although that requires me to... Bloop, bloop. Where are you? Copper. Up. Stone balance looks broken. Yeah, it doesn't... It's... Oh yeah, that one has to be moved. It is correct. It is broken. I think I need one more of these to go in. Means a little bit more copper to go in here. Basically should be doing 4 lanes here. Yeah, I think we should. It's a little bit of an extra effort, but it'll pay off in the end. I hope. The question is then whether it's worth it to just do 3 lines or do the 4th line immediately. So my streaming schedule for this week will probably be erratic at best. How are we gonna do this even? I have a few days that I want to be streaming. I know we have it. I have it somewhere. There. Yeah, we can do it here. Yes. Yeah. All good. We're gonna run out of belts soon. Oh, that actually fit perfectly. All right, good. Yeah. Yeah. And that one. And this is now coming into the green circuit build. So we'll have 2 copper lines in here. That's good. And that's what we need. Let's see, the stone break build, we need to stone break it. And then we also need get some coal or fuel, technically, going from here. And then drag it into this one as well. So let's find the fuel up here. How can I change my HUD to 4 lanes? I only have 2. All right. Yeah. Interface. That one. Oh, no, actually that one. And then it has to be here. I think things are progressing quite nicely. I feel we make good progress. And it's just a lot of effort that has to be put in, and the effort, there's no sort of shortcut to the effort part. This one obviously has to be changed as well to something different. And then we need a ton of explosives. Schedule? What are you saying? Factorio was gonna... What are you saying about schedule? Mirage, I thought I might have missed a session. Oh, no, we haven't. You're not. I don't think this is the third session. I just put in some city blocks off camera. And then all of this stuff we've been working on today. That's actually, this is good. This is good. And most importantly, we have built the future structure of the base. That is not a trivial issue. And then we need to go up and grab that. What else are we going to need? We still have 1,000 of that. And the vehicle is up here. Oh, right. This is not working because I'm not getting anything inbound. Oops. Oh. Where do we want to bring this in? Technically not at all in this case. I actually want it to be built. These spots would be much better. All right, let's just build then. Yep, oops. This is also going to burn through our belts pretty quickly, so we might actually still need more belts soon enough. At least there's no pressure from biters because we're pushing them away pretty efficiently. That's less than ideal. Okay, kill this. Oh, you're saying about... Oh, right. I was saying about my erratic schedule. So my talk about the erratic schedule ended up being more erratic than my actual schedule. Yes. Mark the Younger, thank you for the 43 months. Thank you very much. And it's a light in the darkness to see a sub coming in here. And it is not triggering an explosion. Oops. Okay, so that's not working. But there we go. That's coming in.
Our modest fellowship expands.
Raise the sub. Thank you, Swimmer, for a gift sub. Yes, so let me go back to that erratic schedule. Ooh, looks like someone wants to start something. I like that idea. Obviously. Yeah, my erratic schedule is about... so, from Sunday... I'm going a week on vacation. Ninja Charlton, thank you for... Oh, thank you. Cement Cat for the gift sub. And also, thank you, Ninja Charlton, for 300 bits. And Anonymous with 200 bits. Triggering a thing. Well done, Mark. You just came in just on the time when it was felt just right to drop these. And DCM, thank you also for a gift sub. So,
our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Now... My schedule is erratic because I'm not cold meeting. No, I'm going to nice training with an organization that I trust and all that stuff. Ooh, Cement Cat, thank you for 5 gift subs. Damn, no bombs. I could sort of concede a bomb to you now. You've been dropping those. So next Sunday and a week forward, no YouTube videos, no streams. So you're gonna have to make do without me for a week's time. But I will then do, instead of having my Friday stream, or no, my Sunday stream for Factorio, it'll be on Friday instead, or Saturday. Hey Mark, I fell late to the party. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. And it's a level 1 train at this moment. 10%. Nope. This week I have a few things I need to do, so I am also not as reliable, you could say. I think it's also a matter of right now we are having a fun with Factorio, and we have some Starfield, but Starfield is not gonna last that much longer. I can sense that. And then,
Modest fellowship
um,
expands.
so if I don't have anything
Praise the
like
sun.
must-haves on the agenda, I'm also just using those opportunities for doing other stuff instead of sort of overdoing this series, and then suddenly I'll get tired of it because I'm overplaying it. And I don't think that's
More shall gather.
I
More
don't think
shall
that's
enter
the
fray.
greatest thing. You guys just can't hit a damn bomb if, for the life of you. Thank you, Two Steps, for the gift sub, and thank you, Swimmer, for the 10 gift subs. That is super generous. Look at that, 964. Whew, you are close to a wonderful milestone there.
A gleaming
Wow, wow, wow.
endowment.
And Mark with another 1,000 bits. Maybe you should talk to the moderators and figure out if it's actually broken, that it doesn't trigger at all. Because it might just be broken. Maybe they tweaked it too much in the other direction so that it just doesn't trigger anymore. Certainly doesn't feel like it's a fair chance right now. Yeah, it's something I'm learning to become more comfortable with. The idea of if there isn't anything like really relevant, then it's okay for me to not stream every day. And then when stuff like Dyson Sphere comes out, I'm gonna be obviously scaling up. But scaling up doesn't work if you don't also scale down when there's nothing in us. Oh, we're actually running out of this. It's gonna be fine. It's enough. Wow, how did... Oh, because I dropped... But there were no bombs actually done. It would just put it in the stockpile here. So thank you, Grundig, for checking. Didn't we discuss having bomb chance accumulate? Yes, but it'll give an overall lower chance of bombs, and I didn't really like that. Because what happens is that if it accumulates, then it also means that who wants to be the first one to sort of start the next cycle, I guess. And this way you can also drop 2 subs and that triggers 2 bombs. That's a pretty cool feeling that happens. I don't know, who was it who subscribed with a level 3 last stream and it triggered 2 bombs? There's definitely someone. Definitely someone. Yeah, and that one out. And so suddenly this became a much bigger build than we had anticipated. All right, so we got to a level 2 hype train. Thank you for getting us to a level 2 hype train. Let's have a look at what level 2 hype train gives us. And there we go. Let's put that up while we have the train active so you can see if there's anything juicy. A free research, that would be nice because that can only be like a really good one. 1,000 bits for Mark. You guys suck at dropping bombs. Don't know. Now? Nope. It would be a good time. So let me just stand in here and taunt you. Oh, why is there nothing coming in this one? Oh. Oh, because there's a little bit that...
Welcome back.
Run, run, run,
Your
run, 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 run.
loyalty
There
is
we go.
greatly appreciated.
That was something. And then it comes a magnanimous. Come on.
A magnanimous
Dispensation. Thank you, Magmarel, for the 1,000 bit, 10,000 bits. Not... You deserved a lot more for that one. That is glorious. I feel cheated on that targeting. I know. That's the luck of the draw. You can always try again. You know, it's not. Yeah. I mean, on the other hand, sometimes they are just too perfectly hit, and if they're too perfect, then I feel cheated. So I think in sort of the grand scheme of things, there's maybe a balance in the universe. Also, thank you to the anonymous gifter for the gift sub. Just trying. Yeah, next time a power plant. I'm actually going to go back to my base to grab some stuff. So it's going to give you a little bit of a prime location. I feel confident about being able to do that because your chance of your aim has been a little bit off today. So I can stand next to my hub and taunt you. I will do so.
Our illustrious
Shadow Charlie, thank you for the 14 months.
welcome home.
Look at this. Look at this. Can you spawn oil? I don't think so. Nope, not spawn oil.
More shall gather.
Index out of range. Thank you
More
for.
shall enter the fray.
Thank you. There we go. That was the one. Index out of range. First was Swammer with 10 gift subs, and then this index. No, whoa.
More shall
Oh,
gather.
it was a lot.
More shall enter the fray.
It was Index out of range with 20 gift subs, and then Swammer with 10 gift subs, and then Decent with 10 gift subs, and then Mark with another 1,000 bits. And yet it only triggered one bomb that didn't scratch
More
so
shall
much.
gather.
Last shot.
More shall enter the fray.
I took out a little bit. It for the price, not worth it. But hey,
A gleam
gotta roll the dice.
endowment.
A gleaming endowment. Thank you, Mark. Nacht five. Thank you for the 17 months.
Champion returns.
10% chance seems too low.
Welcome home.
It definitely does in this case. It doesn't. Or it definitely doesn't feel like 10% chance. Or do you mean like value for money kind of thing? I guess we make new ones of this. So we're actually up to level 4, so that means potentially faster logistics or decreased resources, but it also could mean close to a potential level 5 hype chain, which adds more hours to the, or one more time on the clock, adds an extra hour at the end of the stream today. Still counts, still is a thing we do. It adds up to the fact that we had 2 level 5 last time and double bomb chance. But I think that some of the regulars, as I think it was Sir Conrad saying it, like last time was a little bit too extreme. Like the fact that I spent basically 3 hours of the 5-hour stream on rebuilding the base was maybe a little bit extreme. Like there should be like the joy of getting explosives, but also the thing is that bomb size gets bigger, 60%. There's a fair chance that if we could get to level 5 that there would be stronger bombs, and that just means that they don't have to be as accurate because they take out a bigger area. So I'm not making blueprints, but there are save games for Patreon supporters because that doesn't take really much effort for me to do that. See some progress. Ooh, Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I think I see those 5 gift subs as a way to say, come on, let's get to the next level. Thank you, Swimmer, and also being just really all-around nice person. Thank you, Swimmer, for 5 gift subs. You're at 979. Yeah, save games are pretty awesome, but because you can just grab whatever it is at the current level, and I save every hour when I remember. So that gives you, you can load it at exactly the save game level you're at. Yeah, those bombs are just not triggering today. I don't know what to say, except good for me. What do we have? 38, that's not enough, but these are desperately working on getting more. Yeah, 27. Not a lot, but it's something. Ooh, hey Barthak, you've joined the stream. Good evening, Barthak, and welcome. 5 gift subs donated to the community. There is 1 minute left, and now there's 13 subs to complete level 5. So that's choices. Coin flip. Damn, that coin flip. What is it? 55%. Oh my God, you are not lucky. Barthak, thank you for the 1500 bits. Those don't trigger either because 94, psh, not even close. Say what do we have here? I think we have everything. And Mark with a 5.
Tales of our endeavors
So?
proliferate.
You have completed the objective. Level 5 unlocked. I have a feeling that that level 5 is going to trigger some bigger bombs so that it's easier to hit next time. That's just my feeling about what's going to come. To cheer or say sorry because... Let's get over the... Oh. Okay, so let's get down here. Now we're... And here we have basically completed this. We've completed this objective. I don't expect that there will be getting any further. That's absolutely amazing. That's a really team effort. Thank you everyone for joining in on doing that. That's magnanimous. I see our rail grids. Yes, you see rail grids. That's correct. And that's because that's what we're gonna do. Right now we're just driving around on the city block lines as normal, but eventually we'll be transitioning into the same train system that I have in my self-expanding base. And that's the builds I'm copying in, so that we will have every single city block just independent, and then just have trains figure out what to do. Just to do something else than the usual city block. City block plus bus base, because a bus base is we've seen those a few times, and then let's try something else. It's gonna be a little bit of a hey, my goodness, thank you for the 13 months, and also gives me a chance to implement the 111 trains again because of awfulness, because they're becoming a signature thing, for better or worse. Never lucky. Just not how it works. Have you tried the other city block shapes than squares and hexagons? No, I haven't. There's also like the biggest advantage of city blocks is the reusability. So if I start sort of using triangles and slightly smaller, slightly bigger city blocks, then I lose the reusability. Like how easy it is for us to just take existing designs and just stamp them in, and then do the little bit of adaptation that's needed, because things are not coming in by trains yet, is incredibly powerful and helps us save a lot of time. And then we just make the changes that we need, but we sort of have the infrastructure in terms of how many and how big the inbound trains should be, and all that stuff is already taken care of. And it's at red belt level, which is a good level. Torman, thank you for the 200 bits. Wait, are we hyped? I think we're hyped. I am very hyped about the support here, so thank you very much everyone for supporting, and thank you Torman in here. And Simple Lucas, thank you for a 2 months. Welcome back. A train running over a bomb would cause it to instant detonate. Yes, it. I think there's collisions and stuff. So that collision would trigger an instant thing, which would instantly just mess up the entire train network. So even though it doesn't really seem like, oh, would we have robots? Yeah, but robots don't really fix that kind of thing very well. So, we'll see. Okay. These ones are, let's see. Isn't this actually too fast or too big? I don't think this works. I think I can only support 2, to be perfectly honest here. There we go. Hype train completed. There was a very big consensus on getting to 5 and then stopping there. Totally understandable. There. I don't think they can support this. Even if a bomb blew an intersection. Okay, so Macmorel and Swammer. Very big donations. 15,000 bits and 26 subs. Thank you so much. Then let's get the overlay up. Over here. So you can choose up to and including everything. And which one you want. Yeah, 24. Yeah, I know. That's also why I said sort of like, oh, this doesn't work. So I could just make it out of, how many do we have here? 96. I don't even have 96 of these. I can make 8. So let's see. Can you imagine both bigger bombs? I can imagine. I've tried that. So no concerns about that. We are ready to go. Stronger bombs for me. All right, Swammer. Did expect it. Thank you for your generosity. That is well deserved. You did not really get enough value for your bombs. So increasing the value for the next round, whether that's going to be you or the next one in line, is undetermined. And good evening, Everlist. Joining just as the train has completed. And Magmarel, what is it for you? Could the bomb actually spawn on a track? Yes. Well, yes, because I think they take away, they spawn anywhere and then they just delete the stuff that was underneath it. That's how I think it works. Can you open it? Are you sure? You sure you don't want to listen to the crowds? I'm gonna give you a chance to change, because you might be bullied in chat if you choose that option. I very much appreciate it. I feel like 2 bombs per level 2 is a little bit dry. Maybe you should slightly tune chances, not twice, but it has been extremely low rolls, right? So I think that it could very well have been better, but it's not really something I should go in. I would encourage you to take that discussion to our moderator forum and then see what the rest of the moderators think and how to do that. I agree to a certain extent, but I can't really just... I am hesitant about drawing conclusions from a single instance, because this is really just a single instance. We saw one outcome and go like, oh, this doesn't feel like enough. Let's get more. Exactly, Jeff. Like last stream probability is too high. This stream probability is too low. That's exactly the reason why I'm not jumping to conclusions, because it's one instance and it's one instance. It was definitely felt too high last time. This definitely feels too low, but I also feel that the rolls were unlucky. That's the last column I messed up. Yeah. So I'm not quite there yet on assuming that it's a problem. Yeah, yeah. I need 2 more levels. I need a statistically relevant number of hype trains to really conclude anything. Yep, that's exactly. Look in the 3rd bet next stream and it's just right. What? Oh, right. It's Goldilocks. All right, that was a good. That was an obscure Goldilocks reference. All right. Yep, that's... So the point is also that previously it was only bits that triggered it, but it was 1000 bits. Now it's also subs, but then it's much higher threshold. I'm not at a position where I feel that I have any confidence on concluding anything. I didn't even want it this big. I didn't want it this big. So I don't know. I lost the stone. Damn. I know this is actually only working for red belts, and I don't have red belts, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's take the top one. It's the old model. This one. Yeah. As soon as you start making balances, you just need a lot more splitters. Yeah. And then I can build another one, I guess. I know, dirt. It's not the perfect coverage. Let's just do it this way. Perfect match. Yeah. Right. Excellent. All right. So Magmo, already said, I'm good with ore patch. Least victorious is perfect. Any thoughts on which ore patch we need the most? Let's have a look. We have a stone here, 2.4. We have steel here that we get, iron here that we need. We have that one. We see uranium down here, so we should be able to get that. So it's not really like if we didn't see uranium at all on the map. Coal might be the most critical for me. It's obviously you decide because that one was the spawned one and it just happened to spawn really far away. So definitely don't want uranium because this is enough. Serious, I was responsible for like 25% of the bomb strength. Ooh, nice. Yes. Coal works. All right, let's coal it up. Why is this spawn so far away? It's even further away than the next one out. All right, well, it's still going to be useful. So, thank you. That was awesome. Unfortunately, not something we can use. Like, it was as much of a miss as all the bombs have been. Far away from the relevant area. Blame RNG. Yes, blame RNG on this. But it's also a little bit my fault because I keep expanding the radar, and that means it's a bigger area that's uncovered, and that means there's a bigger area that it can spawn. All right, so now we have stone bricks. Stone becomes stone bricks. Yes. It doesn't. It'd like to, but it doesn't. And the coal comes in. Oh, right. We also need a little bit more, oops, of everything. Yeah. And here. Oh, didn't I miss a break? I was missed a break. Can be in any discovered chunk, I think. Not sure once you go into other surfaces. No, that's something that we have just sort of kicked down the road. Like, how does bombs work in different, like, does it only spawn on novice? Does it novice, or does it always and only spawn on novice? Or can it spawn other places? You know, there's a lot of questions about that. And we've just kicked the can down the road because it's not relevant right now, but someday it'll be relevant. Save, please. Yes. Oops. Oh, unpause game. Weird. Save. 14. And save game. It's a nice little base. It's starting to have some structure. Stone, copper, plastic, red circuits, although not really built. So we get the stone, we get the green circuit, we get the green circuit over here to like along with one copper, and the plastic is already there. And then we have red circuits. We have iron and copper we built here, or iron and steel we built here, and then we can build the blue. That's perfect. How many hours in the save? 15. Cool. Be back in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back. I have an update for the moderators. I saw Jeff was here. In terms of temperature, right now we're hovering around 50 degrees, and it has maxed out while we played here at 77 on one of the cores. So temperature is well within what it should be. And I also have the open hardware monitor with full logging, so if something goes wrong, we can recover. So just a notification that yes, I have remembered to set it up. Oh yeah, and that maybe now when there's a lot of people, if the stream suddenly freezes, then that's because my PC has blown up and I need to restart. So just take it as an impromptu break. Don't run away. Just maybe use it as a bio break, and then in 2 minutes time I will be back. So I need to restart the PC, and because it crashed, then the camera doesn't work. So I need to unplug the camera, let it sort of realize that there is no camera, plug the camera in, discover new hardware, install it again. It sucks, but that's kind of how it has to. It works when there's been this hard crash. So let's see. This one is still the glass part. And just keep logging and send us the logs if you ever notice anything. Give me about 70 turns time. 70 is very low. It's for what we should expect here. Oh. I'd more say that if it ends up being, it crashes, then we'll have a look at it, because I can also just look at the screen and what, because I have it up so that when the screen freezes, I can see what the what the result was. Yep. Should be enough here. And that gets us some glass, which gets us some this. Oh no, so it's iron plates, so never mind. So all this was for naught anyway. Oh well. The half-finished ones are the worst. So we'll do that. We'll comb this. Got it. And then we will be doing exactly like this. Perfect. It's also a little bit overkill. Ah! Really? Really, really? Alright. Back to base. Where's our vehicle? And where are we? There. It's 12 to 24. The total game time mark is only for updating from previous versions, if I'm understanding correctly, but we only know for sure. I have no idea what this Corona mass ejection is, and I'm just going to be like, I'm going to be surprised and annoyed about it, whatever it happens. So, you just sit and rub your hands together in glee as it happens. Whatever it is. During the start of the game, more of those. Yeah, and I realize that it's more of those, but it's just like I don't. If it's one, if it's 100, if it's for 5 minutes, or it's for the rest of eternity, it matters a lot in terms of whether it's going to be an annoyance or a, oh well, we can't play the game anymore. Yeah. I know it is not said enough, but thank you for the VOD channel content. I can't usually watch the stream, but I enjoy the content a lot. Thank you, Shadow Charlie. It is a good thing for you to say that, because it's one of those hidden things that the people who want it are not the most audible ones. So it's easy for me to go like, spend time on it, and it's never appreciated, and it is actually appreciated. It's just that it's the silent crowd who are enjoying it. Okay, what else do we need in bulk? Ah, damn it. It needs stone bricks, so it has to be on the other side. These two should actually be on this side, I think, but it doesn't matter. Now we just go all in on silliness here. So, stone bricks is here. There. Greens are here. And then iron plates are here. And that one is there. Lamp assemblers? Never. But it's a good point. Oh, was that not? Oh, those not iron plates. Oops. Because now I don't need to worry about it for a while. Oh, These only stack to 20. Oh, they stack a little bit more. 35. That's the copper that's missing. More copper is missing. There. Still more copper. Weird. There you go. Now it's glass. It should be the glass that's constrained. There you go. Don't need it. I can't. That is a that is a surprisingly accurate representation. It's also like I love the consistency for IKEA that they just go, well, fuck you. You're gonna have to learn Swedish. That's just what it's called. They go like, do you have this Camelosa in black? The what? I don't know what it's called. That one. We might need it, but I don't think so. Hey, Crowiel, thank you for the...
It fills you with
Swaps.
determination.
It's part of the brand and works. Yes, I think it's a good, it's a smart move. Like, yeah, they have such a big product catalog, and then going like, okay, so do we need to like localize it into every country? That is, like, every country should have their own like own names that sort of fit, and it's like, no, they just called something in Swedish, and then that's fine. I bought a gaming chair for my son for his birthday, and obviously I didn't buy it in IKEA, and oh my god, you forget you it's become like easy to sort of hate on IKEA for just being like, oh, there's always something missing. Actually, that's not true. It's as likely as something is missing in an IKEA set as it is in a Lego set, as in it really doesn't really happen. And if it does happen, then they're good at coming back and fixing it. But when you then suddenly get something from an IKEA thing, then you just look at the instruction manual and the number of screws and the type of screws that are listed in the manual. They're not the ones that are in the package. You can put it together, but there are just some things that are missing and some things that are slightly different. and the guide is like 2 papers, like, here's all the parts. On the other side, here's the chair. Like, really? So yeah, a lot can be said about IKEA, but damn, they have they got their shit together on guides, manuals, that kind of thing. And things work. And yeah, if you want to buy some furniture that will last a lifetime, IKEA is not it. But if you want to move with it, probably IKEA stuff is not really a good choice. But if you want to get something that works and set it up, enjoy it, I'm not buying furniture anywhere else. Just don't see the point. This stream brought to you by the Swedish Embassy. Okay, so now why did we do this? Because we wanted this to be just a single belt. Oops. Yeah. Do you have blueprints available for those new train city blocks? No, not specifically. I have decided that I don't want to maintain blueprints in general. So what I do is just have it. Oh, okay. Bye, does. Oh, where's my car? God damn it. Where am I? I'm here. I'm coming. Yeah. You were saying? So, I guess we have visitors down here. Inside our pollution range. Well. Let's pay a visit to our new neighbors. bring some fruit salad or whatever you bring over for the neighbors when they join your neighborhood. And you come with these comments about that are either racist or ageist or something. That's kind of what you do with when people move in, right, to a new apartment complex. Then it's like, oh, I hope you're not like the last tenant. They were insert racist comment or something like that. That's just how it works. It's every time I've moved into a new place, there's always someone who comes out and goes, just a little bit of casual racism here, or some ageism like, well, I don't hope you're gonna be partying as much as the people who lived there before you. Like, oh my god, could you just say hi and welcome? Hello, Cameron. Thank you for the 28 months. Picking a fruitcake, a gift that not even roaches will eat. If you really don't like them, you bring them yellow cake. That may be also a little bit extreme. Well. The worst low-key jerk comment would be, oh, whose apartment are you here to clean? What? Don't really get that. Yeah, this is even distribution. That gets us. Oh no. Yeah, we lost a little bit there. Yeah, so and for the comment about the extra overhauls, no, I'd like to be done with this before the expansion hits next year. So gotta cut some corners, as in no silly amount of overhaul mods to make everything even more worse. So I think there are plenty of longevity in this mod pack for us. This one has to go as well. Although we don't have enough ammo to do it. Maybe if I do this, then I might have enough. Ugh, it's a little bit low. We can try. My wife definitely drank the IKEA Kool-Aid, so I've had plenty in my house. Most doesn't last a single move, but had a set of bookshelves that are still rock solid at 15 years and 3 houses. Yeah, that's because it's 15-year-old. They used to make like sturdy things that were really simple, but now they make brittle things that are cheap and easy to pack and collect and put together. I prefer the latter, cheap and easy to put together, because that is what you mainly need. Like, moving a house should not be something you do every 2 years. I don't know. That's the way I'm looking at it. Like, I think it's 5 to 10 years or something living in the same place. Maybe that's different in different countries and cultures and stuff, but yeah. I lived in this place for 7 years, rental, because I can't really afford to buy. And I have no plans of ever moving until I get that lighthouse that I'm dreaming about. Eat some sushi. This one kind of has to be moved. We're down to 400. It might work. We move more or less annually, and like that must get, yeah, it must get exhausting. Like, first of all, it costs money to move, like the transportation and the stuff and the new furniture that doesn't fit in the new house or all that stuff, and getting to know your neighbors, and if maybe you like, maybe you don't, like settling in. Man, I would not do that. I hate moving. It's such a pain in the ass to do it. This is gonna be risky, so let's see how that pans out. Oh, okay. That was totally not how I wanted this to play out. Damn, they're just wrecking these. Please don't do that. Whew. Doesn't really matter how much it costs as long as we complete it. Move almost yearly because rent increases for no reason whatsoever. Okay, that's kind of a culture thing. You can't raise the rent. Everything is rent controlled in Denmark, so that's like they can maximum raise it by, I don't know, like 4% a year or something, and that's what happens. And yeah, okay, 4% a year. It's annoying, but yeah. Moving to Denmark, you're very welcome. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Don't think you are. Like I would welcome you, but it's supposedly really difficult to get a work permit in Denmark unless you already have a job that is inviting you. That's something I've always been thinking about. Like, oh yeah, you could move to another country and just work there. For me, that's been like the most logical thing. That of course you can do that, but then I realized like, no, you can't do that. You can't just go from any country to any country. Like in the EU, yes, you can. There's full mobility of the workforce, so you can. If you're an EU citizen, you can go work in any other EU country. Great. But if you're an American and go like, hey, you want to move to Denmark, then I don't think it's easy. If you have a job, or if you have a job and it's a high paying job, it gets a hell of a lot easier. If not, well, yeah. Allowed to buy a house condo, but banks don't seem to think I can afford a mortgage, even though I'm paying almost 3,000 in rent. Yeah, that's so weird. That's so weird. Like I'm literally paying 3,000 a month. Why? And you'd expect that there would be. I've heard that sort of comment a lot, and you would think that there would be like a competition of going like, hey, we think you can afford it, so we'll give you that mortgage. Okay, so where were we? We were working on the green circuits there, or getting started on the green circuits. 300 to 400% raise last year here. That doesn't sound fun. This. Let's see. How much? It uses 9, so it can't even make very big here. So, oh, right, it's not actually done. On the other hand, I don't really want to make it completed yet. Yeah. I think we can actually only build 2 of these. I know, dirt indeed. Oh, it's just something dropped on the floor. So well done on exploding my entire build. Okay, why doesn't my even distribution mod load the turrets? Yes, I'll show you. First of all, you have to have it like this. If you set it to 0, then it doesn't work. I don't know. It just doesn't. You have to set it to 1, and then to a little bit of number, 1 is probably enough. Then anything in excess of that will be pushed out. On top of that, if you open this button, then you set the ammo limit to, I set it to 0.1 stack, so it's 20 into each. I think that's a good number. And then voila, it works. Yeah, I have to grenade my own house because not enough bombs coming in. The reason why I changed it to this was that now it could be any event that would potentially trigger a bomb, which I think is something I liked, in favor of it being only donations, which means like if you are subscribing as a loyal subscriber, you wouldn't really feel that you got anything out of it. Oh, hold on, that has to be closer. Yeah, so this one gets covered. Yeah, for me, going to a bank and asking them for a mortgage is not really an option. They just don't really consider my job to be a valid employment. So it'll be much harder. Well, that's not great. Woo! Hey, thank you. Son, thank you for the $25 donation. That is the first time in half a year that has been a dollar donation, I think. Since I removed up there the Keep the Dream Alive, it has completely vanished. But thank you very much. I've been watching you since your series Vanilla Done Right. It helped a lot with my first base. Now I have almost 3,000 hours in Factorio. Good luck and keep up the good work. Thank you very much for that. That is a long time ago. I remember I talked to Catherine of Sky about the name. I was like, is it too pretentious to call it Vanilla Done Right? Because like I don't know everything. It's yeah. So oh, what are these blueprints doing? Damn. Go away. Yeah, this is what I wanted, I think. Did you do a playthrough with Catherine Sky? Yes, I did in 0.14 or something. Long time ago. Yeah. Okay, but I only need one of them because I can't support all of this anyway. So let's do that. Whoa. I think the series was called Bite Bee. Yeah, 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 yeah. $18. So this is taking a full belt inbound and a little more. And that's fine. And it gets 12. Good. That's gonna be a little bit of a headache here. How do we... I guess we just do this and then worry about the other one later on. Yeah. So this will be copper. And this will also be copper. Check belt capacity. Yeah, that's what we just did. This is taking 18, and I'm only obviously putting 15 in on the belt, so it's a little bit over capacity. I think that's worthwhile for sort of a nice design. This is the part we'd like to have nanobot everywhere. Especially the more complicated builds here. Oh, that one has to be here. With these kind of builds, I always struggle to figure out in what sequence I should build things. Because there's just so many changing of various things here. Like, do you build one input first? Do you build one block first? Do you build... I don't know. Build all the inserters first. Let's build all the inserters first. Also because it seems like a problem that has a simple solution, or a... maybe not as simple, but it does have a... It's not an intractable problem. NP complete. Boop, boop. Good. So, that's it. Can I have some nanobots? No, get some. No, I don't want it to. It's deliberate that... I mean, if I wanted nanobots, I would have added them. I'm just saying that it would be making it a bit easier. But I don't want to have nanobots. If I wanted to have nanobots, guess what? I would have added them. And the reason why I don't want them is because I want to have this little bit of a struggle here in the beginning. Because then I will work very much focused towards getting robots, which is what we do now. We're working toward blue science. After we get blue science, we're going to work on robot rush, so we can get robots, and then that'll hopefully be something. Cool. Was that it? I think that was it. Except for the random ones that are completely forgotten. Yeah. Okay, so that is actually green circuits. And how much green circuits will it actually make? It will make 24. Okay, so that's going to be a full belt of that. Let's get this one. And go. Asking for a friend. What happens over 10k bits? Yes, it would be 100% chance of one and then roll over. That's at least how it hopefully works.
Our illustrious
Asking for a friend.
returns. Welcome home.
And Darth Vader, thank you for the 14 months. Roll the dice. Didn't come up. Dear moderators, I would like your opinion, not here, but in our moderator chat, on what you think about the percentage chance, the roll percentage. Because your inputs are valued. That sucks. It's exactly here. Like whether I can't really see right now whether it needs tweaking, so I will defer to your superior judgment on what would make sense. Oh, I don't have any guns or ammo. Good night, Patrick. Thank you for joining. What if I bring it up below instead of bringing it in here? Wouldn't it be better just to bring it up? Yeah, it would be better. It would just be better. This is already paved the way here, and I know that there's room for it. I don't think we need this one up anymore. Green in here, and then get red circuits out. Woohoo! Wow. Yep, that is actually red circuits being done now. Might be interesting if each missed roll increases the accuracy of the next. No. The thing is, like, it's easy to come up with these rules, but there is a very, very finite budget for development efforts, and the budget is 0. So that kind of limits the complexity of new features. After bots, unlock bombs won't hurt the base much anyway. Oh, it will, because the base will also be bigger, so it'll be anywhere that hits is gonna hit something. Right now, if it hits out here, nothing happens, but later on, everywhere will be a squishy part. We got it? Nope, it's not there yet. It's coming. Okay, copper, stone, green, red. Let's go look at blue. Where's the vehicle? Where am I? Yeah, the yellow belts are slow. Well, if you're playing Satisfactory, you'd be happy with a yellow belt, so. It's all a matter of perspective and how used to things we are. These rails, city blocks from the self-building base. Yes, and then we adapt them to the new recipes that we have here. Well, clean up the space, this area. Might as well try recycling things that we have spent time on designing. Which is one of the things that I really like. Build once and use multiple times. There. Alright, so that's about as clear as it gets. And robots are crazy expensive at the current rate, yeah. We need to figure out how to do a hub of some sort. And it probably won't be like complete. But my plan is get blue science going and focus on getting to robots. Realize that it won't really do us much good just getting to robots, because that's not really what enables a lot of things. It's the sort of structured build that will get us somewhere. And then start working on implementing trains here, and then as we implement trains, the base will start getting more automatic. While we sort of scale up and deal with bombs and biters and all that stuff. Why is there a nuke hole in the center? Because someone nuked the base. Like, if you look at the base, there are, let's say, a smattering of nukes. There. Okay, so now we go into our self-expanding base, take the blue science and stamp it down there, and then delete it because it... Ooh, really? Huh. Well, that's not really working anyway. It's also way too big. Like, way too big. Yeah, half of it is still too big, so... let's have a look at one thing that's interesting. Ratios. 10-second craft. 1 every 30-second. Okay, so it's 1 multi-cylinder engine for 3 of those. Okay, that's super cheap. That is way cheaper than usual. Usually it would be, it's 3 advanced circuits, 2 sulfur, and 1 engine over, no, it's 2 engines. Huh. It usually is on a, isn't it on, it's on 24-second cycle, and it needs 2 engines. Yeah, I know we need I know the engine is more complicated. But yeah. With the nukes anywhere, everywhere. Exactly. It's 2 per 24, now it's 3 per 36. 3? 3 what? Yeah, output, yes. So it's still 1 every 12 output, which is fine. But I'm more looking at the input. It used to be 3 advanced circuits, it is 3 advanced circuits for 2 chemical science. Now it's 3 advanced circuits for 3 chemical science. So it got cheaper in terms of advanced circuits, red circuits. And sulfur was also, was it 1 or was it 2? Yeah, so let's definitely not build it like this. This is the most strenuous one. Hmm? Yeah, that's fine. So let's figure out how big we want it. I think we start by making it... Yeah, I know. This is 1 every 5. seconds. And I built 5 of those, so I'm actually aiming for 1 every second. And Arthur Dent, thank you for the 55 months. This will be 1 every second. Of course 75, but that, you know. So this will match the science production up here. This isn't easy to double. So I think it would be nice to do it that way. And in order for us to do that, then we need 1.5, that would be 2, 0.5 per second. It's a very slight overbuild, but let's keep it like this. This is on a 10-second cycle, and it needs 2 single cylinders. You are on a 0.6-second cycle. Okay.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
It's positive. This is positive. Oh, this is... Why is that negative? Oh, it's negative. Fulton Tomlin, thank you for the 14 months. Are you going to put a ring on my finger soon? Not really planning on it, though. Did you expect that? 14 months? Nah. You're moving too fast for me. Still fast enough. What are we missing? We're missing some gears. And then the steel, but we'll get steel in straight away. Yeah, I saw this. I know it's like a famous tweet where some female streamer tweeted a picture of a new Tesla and then said, "Oh my God, one of my subs gave me a Tesla," and then the particular sub was like, "I spent $70,000 and I'm being called one of my subs." Yeah, maybe you could thank the person in name with name if you got a $70,000 gift from a community member. Then I would say that if any of you did that, I would not just say one of my Twitch subs. I would definitely thank you by name. Just saying. That's just what I would do. Isn't that, yeah, grand? All right, so this is what we need. This is not bad. Are you asking for a Tesla? Oh no, I don't want to support that Russian agent. So please don't. And I want to get a sticker on my Tesla that said, "I bought it before I knew he was a Russian agent." But not really into stickers on cars. But you know, that would be the appropriate sticker to put on that Tesla. Getting the enormous gift of a Tesla, and you have no choice but to refer to him as one of my Twitch subs. Yes, I will do that. Are you asking for an Edison truck? No. I would rather. I'm not gonna get a new car because I can't really afford it. But if I was, and if I could afford it, it would be a Porsche Taycan. Electric, of course. I will never buy anything that's not electric. So. Yeah. So that's I will never drive anything that's not electric. It's just in my opinion superior in everywhere. And definitely not a Tesla. Absolutely, without a doubt, not a Tesla. Ah, a poor man's car. I know. 7 to 24 is a horrible ratio. Yeah, but it's not actually bad because there's plenty of room, so it's like ugh. So definitely not a Tesla. Some friends actually have a sticker on the chest that says "Bought before Elon went nuts." Yes, that's also fair enough, so that you don't think that you're a nutcase like him, but actually they're like, I thought he was cool back then. I'm sorry. Cybertruck, that looks like a piece of shit. Oh my god. Like, first of all, I can't imagine that it gets road legal in Europe. With those sharp edges, it's just designed to kill pedestrians. And I sure as hell hope that it will never be allowed to get on the roads in any sensible country that has any kind of respect for pedestrians. Yeah. Yeah, like a steel box that's sharp corners. Oh, right. Well, that seems like a great idea. And then, of course, there's the other part of like you want it to look like brushed metal. I don't know if it's aluminium or it's steel. It's probably supposed to be aluminium and ends up being steel because it's cheaper and therefore more heavier. But it's gonna look great in a showroom. It's gonna look absolutely shit on the road. Absolutely shit. Porsche Taycans are very, very expensive. I know. That's also why I said if that was not an issue. But I would like to have a Porsche Taycan. I'm also approaching that age. I'm 44. I'm mid 40s. That's the type of age that you're supposed to get a Porsche or a motorbike as a man, as a single divorced man. So there's a kind of a societal pressure for me to either get a motorbike, and I'm not, because I'm not insane and I don't have a death wish, and then the other option is get a Porsche. Like, I don't know. A midlife crisis. Now, when you're pushing 50, then it's not a midlife crisis. Then it's like three quarters crisis. Motorbikes are fun. Yeah, I mean, playing Russian roulette is probably also fun, but I don't. There's a really good reason why I don't want to do it. Pretty happy with my Model 3, except for the gap, for the panel gaps, of course, right? I'm just going to take a short break and then we'll be getting back to our design and Elon bashing and car talk and midlife, two-third life crisis talks. So, be back in a bit. A clever idea. just before I went on break, someone said survivorship bias with regards to motorcycles, and I thought about survivorship bias, and I think the best example of survivorship bias. First of all, let's just explain what survivorship bias is. It's, for example, with motorbikes, when people are saying I'm still alive, then obviously if you weren't alive, you wouldn't be saying I'm still alive. So the people who say that it's safe are the ones who are not dead, and the ones who are dead are not saying it's safe. So asking people who are not killed about whether things are killing you is not really a good representation, because there's a little bit of bias there. But anyway, no. It's not World War One planes. It's actually World War Two planes that it comes from, the classical example. But the best case is female fantasy armor. They took all the female fantasy warriors coming back from battle and looked at where they had wounds, and none of them who came back had any wounds on their torso. They only had like scratches on their arms and their legs. So they strengthened the armor on the arms and the legs, and nothing on the torso, because there was no need for it. That was not where they were hit. So I think that's a pretty damn good example of, first of all, it explains why female fantasy armor is like it is, perfectly logical, and it illustrates quite clearly the survivorship bias. Yep, there we go. I know you've been wondering why female fantasy armor is so female fantasy warriors are so scantily clad. That's the reason. Survivorship bias. I thought that was pretty clever. The only good anecdotes about survivorship bias are the ones that haven't been debunked yet. So all our anecdotes are biased. Absolutely. If potassium is as a fix for analog photos. Let's get this moved here. Can't see any other reasonable explanation. Good, thank you. Thank you for appreciating my. Really was curious how you would proceed in a playthrough after this database. Interesting to see the train city block rather than the bus approach. Yes, that is exactly why I did it. To do something a little bit different. And I'm not sure it's the most efficient. It's going to give some problems for sure, because we have really bad production capabilities. So. It's sort of a extreme case of the survivorship bias is the anthropomorphic argument for a divine entity existing. Like, how can life be so beautiful and so complex? There must be a single all-powerful entity that has created it. It's like, well, you wouldn't be making that argument if you didn't exist. So, there's also a little bit of survivorship bias in terms of just like, you can't make the argument if you don't exist, if you're not as complex as that. So that's also a survivorship bias. Common mission that dolphins are saving people. Oh, really? Oh, right. Yeah, survivorship. Yeah, the ones who get killed by dolphins are probably not coming back and go like, oh my god, they were so awesome. What is that? 8. We are thinking about how cool it is to be pretty good at thinking, because we are pretty good at thinking. Yes. So otherwise you wouldn't be thinking that. I'm pretty sure my 2 cats on my bed, they're not contemplating how awesome it is to be good at thinking. They're just going to be like, food, cuddle, sleep. Also don't need to do that. I should actually make it ghostly first until I position it correctly. just critical mistakes so they can eat you. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I have no ambitions of being thrown into space or anything like that when I'm done around here. When I shed my mortal coil. This is just for positioning. Like this, it is kind of weak. Hold on, this is not correct. This is 24. I didn't want 20. Oh my god, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. Damn. It's not supposed to be 24. It's supposed to be 36. Yes, it should be... No? What? No, it was correct. No, that's correct. The 24 gives us 1.5, but that would be like 2 per second. And that's exactly what I want. So it was correct. Don't mind me. I want to craft 2 per second. Yeah, we wanted 2. You're absolutely right. This was correct. Is this even 3 inbound, 1 outbound? It could work if we're careful. But it has to be something like this. And then I also need to grab from this belt. Ooh, I don't like when they intersect like this. Guess there's no 2 ways about it. I don't like this. It's super unaesthetic. Still has that problem. At least it now looks somewhat symmetrical, right? How far about next stream? Can we do substation yet? Nope, because that's blue science. It looks good. It looks okay. So now I need to get... Let's see where these are. This is sulfur coming in and steel coming in. I do need steel for... Yes. Okay, so steel's coming in and sulfur's coming in there. The sulfur comes in and goes in here. Or not. Like this to be the engines coming in. This. Mm-hmm. And what do we have here? Then we have gears and cylinder. Do we need one or two? One. For that one. And then two for gears. Gears are only used here. No, they're also used here. So I think we'll get gears out on this belt as well. No, that doesn't work. They're output on the outside. Now they're output on the inside. Yeah, that takes the outer one. Meow. Have some kitties who want attention. Yeah. What's the other thing? That is steel, which is coming in from this side. That's the steel. And that's the sulfur. And this is the red, which has to come in from that side. Yes. Steel goes in. Steel goes up. Oh, that doesn't work. Steel can't go up. It has to come down because it has to share the belt with this. So steel is going down. That's a little unfortunate, but so let's see. So we get steel in from one side, and it has to come in from here. This is the steel part. I think I'll sneak it up this way because it's coming from down here. It's awful. That's the steel, and that's the red, and that's the sulfur. And then over here we have the iron, which comes in. It's funny how these things are always ending up with a slightly different from usual. So the iron will come from also down here. Ideally it'll come from this, but it won't right now. So it'll come from whatever, down here. And just go in. Inbound, inbound, inbound. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. So iron comes in, this gun goes on outside, and steel comes in on the inside, and then we just need to figure out all of this stuff here, here, and here. And that just goes on 2. And let's see if chat has found something I have missed. Let's get cat cam. Yeah, but the cats are on the floor, so we're not going to be having a floor cam. Right. So it feels good, I think. Maybe do the pause between. I like this. This. I know this is a little bit too crowded for the power poles, but I like them being tightly packed. Come on, robots, do the work for me. You can do it. Or not. It's funny, every time someone, like, the usual conversation about, so what do you do for a living, right? And we, like, I hesitantly say what I do. And they're like, oh, that's so cool. What do you play? And I'm gonna be like, if you knew Factorio, you would know me. I think that's kind of fair to say that if someone is like, is aware of content creators and if they are aware of Factorio, they probably seen something I've done. Maybe just used my blueprints or something. Like, oh. And the funny thing is, like, that conversation is always the same. Like, it is so monotonous, that conversation. And that's always why like someone asks, if someone, I will never give hints. I will just go like, I'm self-employed. And if someone insists on, so what do you do for a living? Then I'll say it. But I've just gotten really tired of oh, really? That's so cool. How do you make money off of that? All right, well, there we go. And oh, okay, what kind of games do you play? Oh, I don't know those games. Nope, you don't. When I watch our content creators, what? When I watch our content creators, Factorio, not cheating, I promise. Other, I mean other, what? It makes me how many shout out you get and blueprints you use. Oh, well, that's nice. I am I'm very deliberate about not watching other people's content because, for example, how many comments on the self-expanding base like, oh my god, that's just a copy of Joseph did that 2 years ago. It's like, yeah, and Grey Goo did it 5 years ago. Before that, I made a glider deploying solar panels. So know your history, my friends. And I did the what? That's weird. I did the trailer for my season 2, season 6 excessive automation. Hello, lemurs. Something changed? Yes. Not being annoying by being the 10,000 person to ask something. Oh, you're not being annoying, but you acknowledge that you are the 10,000 person, because I have been adamant about not playing it anymore. But then the announcement about the expansion came out, which was basically like, this is going to be very much like space exploration. Of course it's not, but it is. And so that brings up some hype about it. And then the other thing was like, it's going to be a year without content for Factorio. So it's like, all right, well, if it's going to be 2 months, then I wasn't going to be starting a new series. But if it's going to be a year, then I can't live a year without Factorio. So those two things just made the stars align. So, all right, it makes sense. There's hype about space exploration because it's about space age, and sort of our little fix because we can't get the expansion in a year's time until a year's time. And then it made sense that would be the one we try. And then we spice it up with a bomb here and there. Right, I think this works. I have no idea, but I think so. So before we hook everything else up, I want to build the smelting setup. Remember for Bob's Entertainment, that was amazing. Yeah, thank you. That's a long time ago. But Sabriga, Sabriga, did you switch away from? Didn't you have one of those founder badges? Didn't you have a founder badge? One of the first 25 subs? Hold on. Say hello to Pixie. So I just heard some. Usually when they're playing, they don't make noises, but this one was like. So they were clearly not just playing, and they've been in a, I don't know, cat hotel for the last 3 days, and Pixie was really frightened when I got there, just lying there and just shaking. So he's not been doing well, and they've apparently also been in fights with each other. So Pixie is extra, extra shy and extra needy. So we'll give him a little extra love, little extra care, so he becomes his own frightened self and not like extremely frightened. See, but he seems okay now, right? I'll try to put this on and see if that looks like a cat toy. Not too much of a cat toy for you? Okay. So one-handed gaming. Not going to be super effective. I'm actually going to put you down here. Oh. He is... It's so easy to feel that he's uncomfortable, scared. As you shouldn't be, but yeah. Okay, so let's pop this one here as good as possible, and then delete all the stuff that doesn't make sense. Okay, none of it actually makes sense. Let's just delete it. Let's just get this middle one here. That might make sense. There. Let's get that one. That makes a little sense. Have you ever tried Warframe? No. And I don't think I will. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't sound like a game for me. It would be nice actually if there were some indie games or some new games coming out, but I don't really see anything.
A new subscriber arrives.
Loot, ooh.
It fills you with determination.
Thank you, who has joined the path. Thank you for the Prime and welcome. When will the change come? Not just yet. Trains are gonna require a little bit more. Whoops. There. And the next one. Oh no! How did that happen? I can get 14 additional. That's... Hello, thank you for leaving the LTN training wheels video up. Watched it like 7 times. Okay, that's... Thank you. But I would recommend you don't use LTN anymore. It served the purpose back then, but now there's a better, simpler train system. This is the one if you... Can someone link? I think there's a many-to-many train network command. City Skyliness is coming out. That's also another thing that I'm looking forward to. I do think though that I'm going to be perfectly honest about my own limitations. Finally, you say. I think that City Skyliness could be a good game for me in general. But I also think that since I haven't played City Skyliness 1, that's, by the way, that's the name, then I am, I'm gonna be at a little bit of a disadvantage. And let's go with like this. And therefore, if I just start playing City Skyliness 2, then I will probably not really get the mechanics, and it'll be way too overwhelming. And I will abandon it before I really get into it. So, obviously, what I should be doing is I should be dedicating 20 hours, I'm just saying that, to watching tutorials for City Skylines 1 and understanding all the different sort of mechanics and aspects and all that stuff. And then dedicate some hours to just playing City Skylines 1 so that I get like that sensation of, oh, okay, at this point you kind of need to start worrying about, I don't know, population density or public transport or pollution or fire hazards. I don't know, but you know, there'll be something that you have to sort of know when you need to focus. Like, I know pretty well in Factorio when is the time to scale up by green circuit production. I know that. It's intuitive for me. But when it's not intuitive, then you just start looking at your blue science or blue circuit and go like, come on, this game sucks. And I don't want to be there. So, if you played any SimCity in the game, you probably have no problem with it. Yeah. City Planner Place has some really good videos on CS1. Counter-Strike? Maybe it was discussed earlier in the stream, but what do you think about the tweaks to progression coming to Factorio? The production goal to unlock. Oh, we didn't talk about it. There, thank you, Jeff. Let's just round up the skyliness and then we'll go there. How do you feel about Gears on the Bus and space exploration? I have no feelings about it. I wouldn't know why that would be different for this than anywhere else. These two will be steel. Yeah. So I don't know how to, because I don't really feel like investing that time. Obviously I should, but you know, it's a little bit of a conundrum there. In how I would get started on, because there probably will be some people here in chat who have played a lot of City Skylines and would like to see my take on it, maybe. And then you're going to be looking at some complete noob who doesn't know what the tools do and doesn't know anything, and that'll be mildly frustrating. It actually was. Yeah, indeed. This one has to be moved over. Because otherwise there's no room for it. There. Yeah, so I think watching some tutorials, I also watched a little bit of Hibbit's play during his 24-hour stream, and also asked for advice about it. And the thing is, like, it was not helpful in for me to play, not because of anything he did, well, actually because he was playing it so naturally and doing some kind of like challenge to see how much money he could make in a certain amount of time. And it was like, okay, we're just gonna sell this, just gonna buy this. And I was like, oh, okay, I have no idea what's going on. So probably should focus on some beginner content first to learn, and not sort of someone who knows it all too well. There. So is this an actual maybe on City Skyline? No, I'm definitely gonna play it. It's just that I feel that it's a game that has immense potential for this channel, but I also feel that it is a game that probably will be really difficult for me to realize its full potential here on the channel, because the threshold for getting into it is so high. And one does not do self-expanding base in the first playthrough. Exactly. And that's like, the bar is set high. That's my own fault, but I do set it high. And therefore, when I can't live up to my own expectations, not just yours, but my own, then I feel like, oh, I don't like playing a game. Like, people sit here and watch, and me being bad at a game. If it's a game that everyone that is completely new, like let's say Tectonica or Desync, then that's okay, because we're all going to be bad at it. Especially if I get a little bit of early access, then I'm slightly less bad at it than you are. But you not including Everlist, for example. But yeah, a game like City Skylines, I'm pretty sure that if you played number one, you're probably good at the second one as well, just by sheer recognizability. Don't think anyone would argue that if you play Factorio well, then you can, like, I don't think anyone would argue that Defrom is not going to be smashing through the expansion super easily. It's not like, oh my god, it's a completely different game, he has no chance of being good at it. Like, no, I think he'll be doing all right. Hey, Sakutera, thank you for the 24 months. Oh, very much. More of that. And more of that. And more of that. And what else? More of this. And way more of that. Yep, that was... Oh, right. And the most important one is actually... here. 100. It's not actually enough. Steel furnace. Yes, indeed. Can I make them? Nope, because I need the old boring furnaces. Steel plates. What's up? Yeah, I know. I feel the same way. Wow, you're a complaining one, aren't you? Oh, you want to get up again? Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. He's back. You wanted more. Oh, look at that. Just going all in on the cuddles. I don't know. You might draw in more viewers if you put your title first time playing Cities Island game. Yeah, maybe. What? In your cat moment? We had one like 10 minutes ago, so. I also have an orange cat. He's not smart. I mean, he is among the two smartest cat in the household. So there's that. The other one is also orange. So yeah, they're not smart, but they're cute. You don't get a cat because they're smart, right? It's not like, oh, can I have the smartest cat you have? Don't pick the orange ones. I don't know if orange ones are particularly stupid. I'm seriously, I am, I hate the name of the channel Real Civil Engineer because that's a fucking stupid name. It's a good channel, good content, but it's a stupid name. Yeah, I know. The orange cat stuff. I know. I've also had like really stupid things they've done that I could easily have posted there for free karma. But yeah, microphone friendliness. Oh yes, extra cuddly. Look at that. Super needy. There's a channel, Real Civil Engineer. Yes, and doing really good content. Also, Timberborn, um, and like it's a 1 million+ subscriber channel. But I don't like the name because like, yes, so what? Like, but nothing beats reaction video that says real Satisfactory Pro reacts to. That has really triggered me. And that's triggering is on me. That's nothing to do with anyone else. That's just me being triggered, and I can be triggered as much as triggered as I want. Doesn't mean that anyone else is doing something wrong, but titling something real Satisfactory Pro is like, what is that? Lean hard into YouTube thumbnails? Yeah. Exactly. Real Factorio Pro reacts to IRL factories. I know, but civil engineering sounds not interesting. I'm I wrote my master's at the Institute for Civil Engineering at MIT, so it is my domain. Logistics and transport is under the domain of civil engineering because civil engineering is city building. So yes, in that perspective, I am also a real civil engineer. I just don't like the word civil engineer. Um, I rather want like operations research or applied mathematics or logistics and transport. Those are way cooler than civil engineer. That seems so old fashioned. Random red arrow pointing to some random place in the blueprint. I mean, that you can laugh all you want, but it works. Like it, and there's a reason why. There's a reason why people do it, and it's because it just has an outsized effect on click through rate. And I know it myself when I can make a okay satisfactory videos, like not this series but the previous one. They always go like the first one is like new start, perfect start, woo, yay, and then it goes and then it just drops down to nothing or not much. But then no matter how many videos I make, that's just gonna be here. But then I made one video and they're like, yeah, and then it spiked, and it was heavy modular frames. How fucking boring is that? Like, how unbelievably boring is it to build satisfactory heavy modular frames? It's about the most boring one. But the title was Why Modular Builds Are Better. It wasn't really about why modular. Well, I was talking about it while building this my heavy modular frames, but you saw like a really outlier just because of the title. The content of the video was exactly the same, quality, length, like duration, everything else was exactly the same. The only difference was the title was more catchy, and it had like 3 times as many views. And you could go like, well, that's bad, but it's also just really, 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 really difficult if you come up with an awesome thumbnail and a title, and then go like, yeah, I'm not going to use it because it's misleading. Because you're probably going to be the only one thinks that. It's just become like, when you automatically subtract a lot from whatever a commercial claims. So if a commercial claims like, oh, the best something something, and then you go like, yeah, well, I don't know if it's the best, but all right, whatever. And it's the same with thumbnails. If there's something like the perfect or the best or the fastest, then if it's the fastest, you know, it's probably a pretty fast thing, but not necessarily the fastest. If it's the best, then it's probably a pretty good one, but not necessarily the best. And by what metric is it the best? So it's just to get what's promised. Other channels don't get this trust from me anymore. I mean, I know. Whoa, 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 whoa. You're not supposed to be put there. You're not supposed. What? How did they forget that you're only? Oh, oh. Huh? Okay, so that's reverse. Weird. That's mysterious. Yeah, nice. But you know, that's just how YouTube works. I'll try to get another video of space exploration out tomorrow. On YouTube. And then I have, oh right, that reverts back to the question Jeff posed a little bit earlier. So what do I think about the new unlock? I was away when it released, so I didn't have an opportunity, and then I was like, okay, yesterday I could have made a video, or even today I could have made a video, and I just read through it a few times, took a few notes, and I was like, I mean, there isn't really much to it. It's a good Friday Facts. It's just not as it doesn't have the same oh my god factor as quality. So like, okay, everything, there was half of it was just clarification on what they meant by the quality thing, which was basically felt a little bit like a reaction to my video, which, I mean, obviously there's also the people sharing the same opinions, but it was very much sort of what I had been saying and imagining and, you know, all that stuff. So that was pretty good. So it just confirmed a lot of the things that I had assumed and clarified or commented on the stuff that I had also commented on, like naming, for example. I know I'm not the only one. Oh, this one doesn't have oh. Huh. And then, oh yeah, that doesn't work there. Yeah. But I still have this one here. Good. Maybe would be named the most mediocre Factorio playthrough. Yes, I'm sure that's gonna get a lot of views from that context. Just let ChatGPT make you some titles for a week and see if you do better. Yeah, I don't know how to do that, but I know that it's supposedly efficient or effective, I would guess. It is really good at coming up with titles, apparently, because that's something that's very formulaic. And then Midjourney can make thumbnails, and I just need something to make the actual videos for me, then I don't have to do anything. On the other hand, if as long as you have the thumbnail and yeah, as long as you have the thumbnail and you have the title, then you don't really need the video, do you? All right, so let's get back to that question about what do I think of the new stuff, the unlock that's not science-based. I think it's really good feature, especially for early game. And I think it's a nice way of doing it. So really good idea all the way around. No really concerns about it. The only thing I'm thinking of is like, okay, so it's going to lower the overall science you need. Okay, that's fine. But I think it's a, oops, I think it's a good move. Smart dimensions. God damn it. Why is this not working? Oh, because it's not coal. There we go. Just when the magic is in the prompt. Just. Not earth-shattering, but it's a nice system and it reduces the breadth of the tech tree the new players are exposed to in early game. Yes. It fixes the stuff that the situation we're in right now, where we have researched all the oil stuff way before we even start tapping the oil. It's not much, but like sulfur processing and plastic and advanced circuits and blue science are always being researched before you have it available. Because what else am I going to do with the red and green science? And I think that that's one of the things that I would like to see some better pacing on. If we think about like it doesn't work very well, the idea that the science, it's not a continuous thing. It's working and then 90% idle, then it's working for 10% and then it's 90% idle. It's not a good system. Like you'd like to be in a position where the science progression follows the pace of teching. So you don't sort of run ahead, so you have tons of things unlocked that you don't know what to do with because it takes time to implement it into your base, and you don't want to be in a position where you are just sitting there idling, looking at your base, waiting for the science to trickle through so you can build the next thing. And it's a really tough balance because everyone plays differently. But I do feel that when I play, science is idle 90% of the time. Pretty good in Captain Industry. That is correct. Captain Industry does it exceptionally well. Captain Industry does a lot of things really, really well. Not gonna lie about that. That is a lot of things that it does really well. And that's yet another one of those. How is it that I can't remember how to do a 1x1 splitter anymore, or 1x1 balance anymore? I can't even remember what it's like. I think I can remember it when it's sideways. There. Then it must be like... Oops. Yeah. Cool. And this is the iron part. Obviously they are switched, but that doesn't matter. Nope. That's annoying, this one. Okay. And then the red circuits. Oh. Guess they have to come from here. Yep, dirt. Ah. I'm gonna be super inappropriate, so put your kids to bed. It feels really weird to sit here and play Factorio and be super happy about it when the alternative thing I could be doing now was having a gangbang. And I'm still very much preferring to sit here and play Factorio with you. Yep. Priorities, my friends. Priorities. Because that was sort of the agenda for today on the course. Yeah. I just thought about it because it's sort of come up a few times in my mind. I just couldn't let it go. Like, yeah. That's not really. So anyway, let's not get out of our. Let's not go crazy on that down that path because I know it was a bad path to go down. Super inappropriate, but it's just if I'm a little distracted, then it's because like I'm very much enjoying being here, and this is I chose to be here because I want this. But when you think about the choices, it seems like okay, weird choice, or maybe not. But well, I like playing Factorio, as is pretty evident, and I don't like the other stuff. You can also just go to a swinger club if you're into that kind of thing, and I'm not. Yay, you got engines. Sorry. 10-month. What do you think of the other part of the FFF? Recipe productivity boni. Recipe. Oh, I like that. I really like that. That's a really good one. I don't think it's good enough. Thank you, Jeff, for saving us. Or saving me from myself. Yeah, so the other part, the bonus on productivity for a specific item seems way too expensive. It looked like there was tier 2 and it cost 2,250. So I would guess that it's like a double up so that it doesn't scale out of this world, but you can maybe get to potentially double productivity and then it becomes so expensive. I think that's a great idea and something that's sorely needed on what you, yeah. It's got to be exponential cost research, yes. Like robot things, and it just has to. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. So I think that's a really good change, and it gives exactly for the reason that they're stating, like it gives something else to do, while, yeah, well, working on well, let's see. God, yeah, no, here, yeah. Oops, there, maybe. No, because then I can't curl it in. So it has kind of, well, I can curl it backwards. So this way. I think it's going to be a really handy thing to get later on. And there will be some that you'd really want to get. Some of those texts. Oh, why are they not coming? And I think the one that they highlighted is probably one of the most annoying ones. Or one of the most likely ones should you get. The radio, what was it? Rocket control units, not radio controllers. That's satisfactory. Also makes it. What is the etymology of based? And etymology means the origin? I don't actually know what it means, but oh my god, I met people this weekend who said bro in all seriousness. I just could not take them serious. If you say bro, you cannot be taken seriously. What is wrong with people? Fucking hell. Would you do it? No, I don't think there's enough content to it, and it's also just past at that point. Bates is a slang term that originally meant to be addicted to crack cocaine or acting like you were, but was reclaimed by rapper Lil B for being yourself and not caring. Okay. Carry yourself with swagger. Click swagger. It's usually worse for you and not caring what people think, according to Go. Okay. Well. Based. Hey, finally. This one is done. All our starter stuff. Ooh, look at them. Look how cute they are. Them little blue ones. And it's perfect because we're out of time for today. So what perfect wrap up is we're just gonna see the blue signs trickle into the base and then wrap up. Little blue bottles. Base blue bottles. How much time in map? 16 hours? 17 hours? Game time. Bot, please. Does it work if you say bot, please? Oh, no, not you. Not you. Let's see. And it comes in at a little burst. Things look fine. It could obviously support more, but it doesn't matter right there. I don't want to build it twice as big because, hey, power, by the way. How's power doing? Fine. What was the LTN alternative? Oh, the Bionic Heart. Yes, they won. The limit, the train limit. That train limit video is the one I use, and it's the one I use in all my bases from then on. It's just, it's so good. It gets the job done. It works really well. It's easy to set up. It's infinitely scalable. It has a lot less transport in the network than an LTN, and it's a lot it's a lot easier to set up. So, yeah. You're talking about no. HTN, VTN, whatever we call it, is woefully outdated. Train limit is the way to go. It was good when it was the only option, but now there's more options. And we want to see 1 pixel here. Ta-da! And then we're going to save it. 16. There we go. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining. And thank you so much for the hype train. It's absolutely amazing. No stream tomorrow. Why am I not? Oh, right. I'm going to Kinbaku Lounge. Right. But on Wednesday, I should be back with some Starfield. And then Thursday will be day off. And Friday will be Friday or Saturday. So keep an eye on Discord. Will be for more space exploration. Thank you very much for joining. See you guys next time. Take care and stay effective.